It all started with an emergency scan that revealed a serious system error. The area where the main character was located must be wiped off the face of the earth. Emily, his sister, disappears along with everything else. He is left alone in the ruins. Robert sat next to his sister, who lay as if dead. He tried to wake her, but she did not answer. Horrible systemic monsters were appearing all around. Emily seemed to be torn into tiny particles, like molecules. The hero was in despair and could not understand why this happened. All that was left of my sister was a bracelet, a silent witness to her presence. Robert was left alone among enemies and heard that the system considered him a mistake. The threat level was low, but it had to be removed permanently. The hero's soul could not understand why everything ended so suddenly, when their hearts were yearning only for peace and quiet. The world, suffocated by fear of magical creatures, found salvation thanks to the chosen players. They became not just defenders, but a living flame of hope in the darkest times. Over time, players began to treat people as apostates on the strings of their will. They committed cruel acts, and people were powerless to resist. Anyone who was considered a mistake was labeled a bug and removed during testing. The main character was not interested in either moderators or players. His life was already full of trials. During the tests, the world froze as if turned to stone, and only he and his sister glided through the silence like shadows in order to survive. However, one day, due to unsuccessful sharpening of equipment, he lost valuable resources. This left him feeling angry and frustrated at the losses. His sister came and supported him because she was worried about him. He didn't want her to risk her life, but Emily tried to help. In a world where the rules were written by the players, Robert was just noise in the system, a distraction that interfered with the perfect order. Saving his sister was the most important goal that filled his existence. Eventually, the protagonist realized that as long as this system existed, there would be no life, and he decided to put an end to it. The location started to disappear, but Robert received a message about the resumption. Now that he had complete control over the system, moderator powers and commands that could change the world, the biggest question was just beginning. What came next? Edelin Island is like a window display of peace, behind which Panzan hides, a forest of intrigue where deals are signed with poison, and silence is only a mask for the whispers of betrayal. Local dealers have long been known as cunning and rotten types. They lived by fraud, profited from others, and were not afraid of fines. Among them, they noticed a familiar face, an NPC from a village that had recently been cleared by the system, a blacksmith who somehow miraculously survived the purge. His sister was not with him. For some, she died. For others, she simply became garbage from the system, which was silently removed. The discussion is centered on sharpening. 4 swords. It was a risk for the players, but one successful result and they were already a winner. The blacksmith took up the work. However, all attempts were in vain. Not a single sword survived. All equipment burned in the flames of failure. Chaos broke out. Shouts and accusations came from all sides. Panic was growing as the players looked for someone to blame. One of them came forward with a statement about collusion. Everything had been planned before the game even started. The crowd swayed like a wave before a storm. Robert stood among them, calm, quiet, deadly focused. That day did not end in bloodshed. The quest was completed. The system has confirmed. The event is over. The reward is available. A new window appeared on the screen in front of him. He had never seen anything like this before. Status, level, experience points. The NPC was given the name Updater and became a participant in events that should not have happened. The parameters were weak, but they did not hold the key. Commands have been unlocked. Among them are Event Update, Opening of Locked 1. These were the functions of the moderator, and now they belonged to him. He was given power, but for this power he demanded a price: revenge. The moderator who resurrected him became a target. Robert agreed to play the role, but not by someone else's rules. He uses this system, and if necessary, he will break it from the inside. Soon, a new quest came, to find an Easter egg. The location was already known. He would leave at dawn. His path led him into the dungeon, a place where players gained power. The fear was there, but it had no power. Compared to that day, all this is trifles. There was a limitation ahead, entry only from level 80, but his level of authority was higher. He could break the rules, and break those who wrote them. The dark corridors of the dungeon stretched further, deeper, hiding monsters in every corner. Players went through these tests every day, pumping themselves up. Robert, although not a player, followed the indicated path like a clockwork. He felt outside of this world, as if reality had changed. Ahead, ancient gates were visible, strange and strangely familiar. He tried to open them, but in vain. They did not give in. There was no way back, so all that was left was to act. Robert remembered his newfound ability and activated the command. The unlocking worked. The gate gave way and opened. Behind it lay an artifact, the same Easter egg, part of the quest. But suddenly a magical creature appeared. The monster attacked, and Robert could barely hold on under its blows. My strength was running out. Every blow was wearing away my endurance. Inside, only anger and the memory of his sister kept him on his feet. He responded with an attack, and unexpectedly, he won. The enemy turned out to be empty inside like a shell. The system mistakenly identified the creature as equipment. This became a chance. He applied the sharpening attempt. The first one is unsuccessful. The second one is a failure again. Finally, a successful reinforcement. The system confirmed success. The Easter egg quest was completed. Moderator capabilities have been increased to level 3. A new ability appeared. Editing. This is what he came for. But my strength was running out. My body was giving way. His consciousness began to fade. Robert had to go back. The dark room, lit by a barely noticeable light, silently hid an Easter egg in the center. The evidence of the battle was everywhere. The dungeon keeper was destroyed. There were faint traces of the bug in the air, but the threat level was considered insignificant. The system automatically recorded the incident and activated the teleporter for an emergency report. Robert lay on the stone floor, unconscious, with an unfamiliar girl standing next to him. Her hair was blue, her eyes were attentive. She studied him as if she were seeing him for the first time. She introduced herself as Lily. Her presence seemed calm, but there was something unsettling about it. The system showed that her karma was at its lowest. Dangerous. Robert became wary. Her friendliness seemed unnatural. Lily said she cured him by using a few rare slushies. The wounds on his body actually healed. She undoubtedly saved his life. Lily showed interest in Robert. She had never seen anyone like him. At this point, the system was updated. A new quest was activated. Leveling up. It's good that only he can see the quest windows. This gave him a certain advantage. Not wanting to stay near the suspicious girl, Robert decided to leave. But Lily didn't let up. She found it amusing, but Robert found it irritating. He didn't understand why she was clinging. She just laughed. She said that Robert's weakness could turn into his defeat again. He was about to respond sharply when he suddenly froze. A wolf with huge fangs appeared behind him, angry and hungry. The monster moved quickly. A fight was inevitable. The blood on the clothes attracted predators. There were several of them. Robert refused Lily's help. He must fight on his own. This was his path to strength. Without battles, there would be no growth. He attacked. One wolf, then another. Each blow was heavy. Nearby, in the shadows, an unknown person was watching. His face was hidden. He talked about the Easter egg, wondering how anyone could get it. In theory, this was impossible. The keeper had immortal armor. This stranger was an operator. He did not trust the reports. The moderator could find out everything, so a personal check was required. The invisible network was already reacting. The events of the dungeon changed the balance. The battlefield was silent. The bodies of the wolves lay lifeless around him. He was clutching a sword in his hands. His palms were shaking, and his face showed surprise and exhaustion. Robert managed to survive. A simple NPC overcame several magical creatures. The editing ability saved him again. It was really powerful. The attribute points doubled. This was enough to change the course of the battle. But it cannot be used thoughtlessly. The consequences can be fatal. The level remained unchanged. The experience was 0. It looked suspicious. The path to power lies through deeds and blood. Carry out a task, or go hunting for creatures in which magic boils. Behind him, the girl with blue hair appeared again. A constant shadow nearby. Lily suggested an alliance. Together they could gain common experiences. The idea seemed like a worthy attempt. He agreed to a temporary partnership. The two of them set off for the Hekla Gorge. Her skills were impressive. She destroyed enemies with one move. Experience began to flow. Finally, the result appeared. Level of increase. The achievement was significant. He had not had such a result before. But just as he was getting happy, she disappeared. Suddenly and without explanation. An uneasy silence fell around them. There was danger in the air. The system had issued a warning. Things were not going according to plan. No one had the right to touch what belonged to him. The system issued a window. Friend request, accepted. List updated. Lily's name appeared next to him. For the first time in his life, he had a friend. Together they set out on a journey that would change everything. Lily seemed strange, but she was useful. Although he didn't understand why she had become attached to him. Thanks to the reward from the previous quest, he unlocked a new ability. The system recognized him differently. Now he was someone new. Now he could level up on his own, without help. The forces grew. What was once seemed a helpless shadow of the present. He thought, if these opportunities had been available earlier, everything could have been different. A new path was opening up ahead, and he was ready for it. Their route led to an amazing place, an abandoned sector. The space seemed dead. There was a strange silence. Lily called it a bad sector. A system error left behind by the purge. These zones preserved themselves and became dangerous. No one knew what could appear there. Time passed differently here. He had no reason to go in, but something was pulling him in. His instinct told him that something important was going to happen here. His companion was surprised. After all, only moderators and operators are allowed there. But he changed, and that's why he could pass. The bad sector inside was devastated, but not without life. A figure appeared among the dark debris. It was a child. Her energy was unnatural, too strong for a simple NPC. Her name was Helen, and she was sick. The unknown man named Jake turned out to be her bodyguard. Among the rubbish and magical clots, he looked worried. The symptoms of the disease had worsened. They didn't know why now. Jake looked confused. He didn't know how to help her. The system suddenly gave an alarm. An error was detected. An emergency quest has been added. Conditions: destroy the source of the failure. He prepared himself, because he knew that this task would not be easy. Inside the bad sector, everything was unnaturally quiet, almost eerie. Robert watched the girl lie in the wreckage of code, barely breathing as the bug grew around her, the toxic instability everyone feared. Her brother had shed more tears to save her. Nobody believed that she could still be saved. Everyone had already resigned themselves to it. But Robert stood there, unmoving. Something had changed inside him. The system didn't hesitate. The bug had to disappear. The girl became a target. He was granted temporary access to moderator rights. But something in him screamed, no. He couldn't kill a child. It wasn't a mistake. It was a man simply caught between the rules of the world. He refused. Quest not completed. Penalty activated. But he didn't care. He only wanted to save. Robert activated editing. The space around him dissolved. He found himself in the inner core of the system. An infinity of code and threads. There was no limit. There was no logic. Only chance and freedom. He was looking for a way. If the bug was a remnant of resistance, perhaps it could be separated. The attempt was risky, but there was no choice. His hands were shaking. The power of the code was flowing through him. Edit, restore, isolate. All in the blink of an eye. The space shook. The bug's energy dissipated. The world became stable again. The girl slowly opened her eyes. The system confirmed. The quest was complete. The bug was destroyed. The child was alive. A new message appeared in front of him. The moderator of Mount Urch was activated. Robert received a new status. He was no longer just an updater. Now he is a moderator, the one who makes the decision. The system was only testing him, and he survived. Robert sat, swaying slightly, as Lily carefully applied the potion to him. His shoulders were hurt, but it was much harder to see the worry in her eyes. People gathered around, their voices full of gratitude, their eyes full of relief. They all survived. The children survived. The village did not disappear. That was already a miracle. The system accepted the changes. The classes of 5 NPCs broke the boundaries of the algorithm. Now they belonged to free, not subordinates. The population of the village of Urch was reduced to 5. Resources, 0. But life went on. But with the feeling of dismissal came a shadowy chill. Something strange woke up. An invisible presence has touched the world. A long-awaited source. A bug hidden like a wound under the skin. It has not yet said its last word. Robert didn't understand why he was connected to these people, but he felt that it was his responsibility now. The locals called him the operator. It was important for them to believe that he was capable of surprise. He didn't object, but he didn't agree either. He just listened silently. People wanted to join him, not out of fear, but of their own free will. They recognized him as the owner of this place and asked for permission to stay. He hesitates, to accept or reject their trust. But Lily already knew the answer. Sometimes she spoke as if she could see ahead. It surprised and reassured him at the same time. He decided. He accepted them. He started with something simple. He shared his food. The joy of ordinary bread was greater than any treasure. Children laughed, adults relaxed. The world no longer seemed hostile. The headman told about the village. It was once beautiful and peaceful, until the purge wiped it off the map. Then everything broke. They were saved by a traveler, unknown, like a shadow. He gave them a chance and disappeared. Since then, they have survived together, and they have become almost a family. Suddenly, one of them noticed an old hiding place. Massive, like a relic. This was a unified storage, only accessible to players through the system. It was used before. Now it is blocked. The system did not allow it to be opened. But Robert had another key. Moderator's right. Tried to use it. The lock clicked. The light flashed. The system gave up. The chest opened. Everyone held their breath. There were resources inside. People couldn't believe what they saw. But reality had changed. In this change, he was. Not a hero, not a god, just Robert. A hammer sparkled in Robert's hands. Experience points grew. The master's class became stronger. The new weapon was too powerful for a simple community. Robert had secured the resources and now held the key to their success. His status allowed him to ignore system rules. There was an abundance of food and money. The supplies could feed everyone for a long time. Urch changed his face. Only 5 are still growing. Lily was being capricious, but in jest. Her equipment was already shining in battle. The secret was in the common storage. Because of it, Robert received many artifacts, food, equipment, gold. Everything was now at his fingertips. Even though everything belonged to the players, he did not regret it. The most valuable was the artifact, a passive ability that opened a portal to a world of limitless data flows, allowing the owner to penetrate the space and time of the digital element. This storage is a virtual space from which you can get anything you want. While checking things, he suddenly got stuck in the storage. Synchronization started. It was completed in a flash. Now access to the storage became instant and omnipresent. Robert fell, but with a grin. His strength had grown again, and he knew it. The residents thanked them. They wanted to serve, asked for assignments, but they were no longer NPCs. They became free people, and they could live whenever they wanted, without orders. But Robert was about to leave. The village was saved, but the danger remained. The regular inspection could start at any moment. And then, the end of everything. Robert could not allow these people to suffer again because of him. He left without saying goodbye forever. He will return, but later. Lily didn't understand why they left so quickly. They should have stayed a little longer, but Robert knew that every minute was worth his life. The test was approaching. He needed to raise his level before the start. Otherwise, there would be no chance. From the moment they first met in the cleared area, Lily already knew that he was not one of them. However, she didn't care. She decided to help him at any cost. Neither the operator nor the moderator. No one will be able to delete it. She won't allow it. And then the alarm went off. The system activated an emergency check. The danger was approaching fast. Robert felt the system begin to interfere again. Lily panicked, but stayed close. They hid in an unknown village. The world around Robert burst into light. His body was engulfed in a blue glow of inspection. A stream of code tore him from his place, plunging him into the emptiness between spaces. He fell into a new zone, a huge area filled with thousands of players. Neutral announcement zone. Here, everyone waited for the system check to be completed. Robert watched the crowd carefully, looking for answers among the strangers. The players talked, argued, trained. Everyone did something of their own. Some complained of boredom, others boasted of their achievements. Chaos reigned. Someone accidentally pushed Robert. The aggressive player started the provocation. Robert stood quietly, ignoring the blows, not wanting to attract attention. But suddenly, he was protected by a stranger with the symbol of the Lion Guild on his clothes. It was Kevin, a member of the famous guild Griffin. He broke up the conflict. He turned out to be friendly and invited Robert to join his guild. After he left, Robert was left alone with his thoughts. He realized that not all players here are enemies. There is still a good place left in the world. Lily suddenly appeared, acting confident and keeping an eye on everything. She paved the way to him quickly and clearly, with one short but convincing lesson for the aggressor. The gift in her hands reminded him that she was always one step ahead. The air around thickened. The system was preparing to return to the real world. A tall tower. 3 operators sat behind monitors glittering with numbers. Mia tapped her fingers nervously. The company had dwindled to a minimum. Lloyd had not come. Zeno frowned. Lloyd wrote that he found a bug. But how strong? Selena smiled, although she also felt anxious. She saw something interesting. On the screen, a silhouette. The same. Robert, the NPC who should not be alive. The emergency check was completed quickly, suspiciously quickly. No new events, just a short message about bug fix. In the space of verification, Lily suddenly stopped. Her voice became mechanical. The system intervened. Someone used special rights to subjugate it. She disappeared into thin air, leaving Robert alone. Alone in an empty dimension, he looks around. But something has already changed. There is a figure in front of him. Power and cold hang over him. A warning was given, which sounded more like an accusation. The line had been crossed. Roberto, and the consequences were already near. The cameraman showed up, and he wasn't going to admire. Robert's eyes narrowed. The system began editing. All stats at 600 strength. Spirit, intelligence, endurance. A complete reboot of his code. The monster struck first. His body moved on instinct, fighting against the cruelty. It was a test. The operator touched the ground. His eyes were no longer looking for a challenge, only disappointment, which was hard to miss. He used the special ability, Remove. But even in the darkness, he was not going to disappear. The energy of removal collided with Robert's new essence, a systemic conflict. Lloyd stood in amazement. His operator powers were powerless against this object. Error? Insufficient rights. The system refused to carry out the deletion order. This wasn't just a bug. Robert had become something else, something undefined by the system. For the first time, Lloyd had encountered something that exceeded even his privileges. Robert's strength grew. But he also understood that he was not able to defeat Lloyd now. Even though the attack was repelled, the resources were almost exhausted. The operator activated a new form, his appearance distorted with rage. The image of the executioner, the symbol of absolute purge. He no longer held back. But Robert was ready. Update. Cloud absorption activated. An alien force was drawn into a space where he dictated the rules. No explanations about moderator rights. Just silence and a look that glowed with confidence. The portal behind began to expand. The space trembled. Lloyd rushed after him, but it was too late. The portal swallowed Robert. He is unstoppable. He is no longer part of the script. He is the new code. Chaos reigned in the city, at the system storage. People complained. Objects disappeared. Errors appeared. Robert emerged from the open storage area. In front of the crowd, a wave of indignation swept through the servers. Something had happened, and there was no signal from the control. The silence was louder than a scream. There was panic at the top of the system. The operators were arguing. Mia tried to assemble a team, but Lloyd refused. His goal is one, to destroy Robert at any cost. No compromises, no doubts, no moral limits will stop him. Everything he does, every step he takes, every thought he thinks is subordinated only to this. Mycenae. A city breathing peace suddenly became a trap for someone who should not exist. Robert appeared on its outskirts, his body almost whole, his mind full of a burning premonition. He checked his friends list. Kevin was silent. Lily had disappeared. It seemed like a bad sign. He had no right to hesitate. Knowing the stubbornness of the operators, staying here would be suicide. Although the camouflage system covered his tracks, Robert did not believe that his pursuers would give up. The city seemed familiar. He had once fled from here with Emily. Anxiety grew in his chest. Something or someone was already starting to follow him. The tracks in the dust led away from the main roads. He set off without hesitation. Wall. Dead corner? Number. The system tried to warn him. The zone is out of protection. Entry is prohibited. But for the one they wanted to erase, the prohibitions no longer mattered. The passage led down to where protocols did not apply and drones did not fly. The dungeon was not like the usual zones. Everything here was alive, breathing its own will. He had just stepped forward when he heard a voice and a cry. Invasion! People came out of the shadows, but they weren't players. Their eyes glowed with a strange light. The attack began instantly. The woman named Siri did not expect an explanation. Robert's shield appeared at the last moment. The spell disintegrated into sparks. Her gaze read one thing: destroy. But when she saw that he was a player, her rage only grew. Sirius was the name they repeated with respect. The one who created this place. He allegedly saved them during a massive system cleanup. Robert was led to the heart of this forbidden zone. There, In the shadow of the underground temple, he saw a creature, a huge dragon breathing with the old power. That was Sirius, an ancient hall shrouded in the fog of code. In the very center is a huge dragon. His gaze pierced reality. It was Sirius, the patron spirit, the living legend. Robert froze. To see such a creature here was against all logic of the system. Sirius looked at him silently, his fiery eyes shining with understanding and hope. The eye of the dragon revealed fragments of Robert's past to him, and Sirius was touched. It was the first time he saw someone who not only had power, but also the ability to heal bugs. Hope has arrived after millennia of silent observation. For the first time, a chance for healing. Sirius turned to Robert with a request: to save those he was hiding. More than 50 designated as bugs. They survived only because of him. But Sirius is weak. His powers no longer held back the danger. Time passed. He offered his star. The reward didn't matter to Robert. He accepted the quest, not for the sake of profit. He will destroy everything that threatens these people. The bug is the system itself. He doesn't care. The cleansing began. A stream of light engulfed every godded NPC. One by one, they changed. Their class was renewed. Now, they were free men. Tears of gratitude, joy, relief. For the first time since the escape, a feeling of safety. However, at that moment, the system reacted. It felt a loss of control. A warning flashed across the sky. System paused. Virus-level object detected. Commands are restricted. Access is partially lost. Threat is unspecified. The darkness thickens. The air is seething with menace, and from it slowly emerges the silhouette of a virus. Robert is stunned. He recognizes this entity, which he once destroyed or thought he destroyed. But the virus only laughs, alive, and even stronger. It mocks the naivety of those who underestimated it. Once he almost destroyed everything around him, and now he again longs to infect this world. Robert's old life had already been erased, and this zone could become the next victim. The virus convinces that it is not it that is to blame, but the system managers, moderators, and operators. It was they who sought to destroy the disobedient, but it was he who was punished. Now his target has changed. Robert is no longer interesting. He has found a new victim, a more interesting object to infect. Suddenly, the infection begins. The virus ignores all attempts at resistance. The system crashes. The protective screen disappears. The place becomes his territory, hidden from the moderator. The virus begins to infect again, repeatedly. It demands the absolute destruction of all living things. But suddenly something goes wrong. Robert resists the virus. The system reacts. Failures, errors, instability. The virus itself does not understand what exactly disrupted its plan. He asks if Robert really thinks he can stand up without protection, but Robert doesn't give up. But something changes. The space grows dim. He is swallowed up by emptiness. And then Emily appeared. A new phenomenon. A new system was restored. Reconstruction is underway. Firewall appears, a passive moderator-level ability. It's a blockade of the virus that was trying to devour everything. Robert has once again become a shield for the world. And a special chip associated with the village of Urch protects everyone else who remains nearby. The system evolved. Now it wasn't just defending itself, it was hunting. The virus wouldn't survive. But the virus doesn't panic. It laughs. It finally found someone. Someone it's been looking for a long time. For him, Robert is the key to power. He wants to subjugate him. The light had won. Sirius approached, trying to make sure that the danger had passed, and that no one was hurt. Robert is alive. His strength is returning. And everyone admits he saved the situation again. But the threat is not yet destroyed. If it is not finished off, it may return. Only now has it become known. Sirius did not warn about the main thing. The virus was able to divide, multiply, and copy itself. Robert stood in the heart of the storm, his sword blazing with an alien, incomprehensible power, as if the chaos itself were feeding it. The virus seemed to have been defeated. Sirius lay motionless, and hope was fading. Robert called him, begged him to come to his senses, but he did not respond, as if he had been erased from the inside. Suddenly the voice of the virus cut through the space again. It was not destroyed. Only a moderator could do that. Even deletion had no effect. The virus mocked, amused by pain and despondency. Robert had the right to use the removal as much as he wanted, but it was still not enough. This has happened in the past. The battle with the operator ended almost the same way. Removal is only effective against magical creatures. A virus is something else, something worse. An entity that only plays with Robert. It cannot be stopped. It clones itself again and again. And now the virus is approaching, ready to devour everything, even Robert himself. The protective barrier is still in place, but the virus is already working from within. Robert tries to erase the virus, but it is already ahead of any action. The speed of propagation exceeds the rate of removal, and despair knows no bounds. A piercing sound cuts through the silence. Nearby, an attempt at healing. Useless. Sirius opens his eyes, barely breathing. He admits his mistake. He crossed the border. Now his body is infected. And with every passing second, he is getting closer to the virus. He asks to leave, to save others. This is his limit. But there is still a chance. Robert must find a solution. The solution is obvious. Emily's hammer comes into view. Robert calls the team, and suddenly the weapon activates. The hammer conquers the system. Such a function could only belong to the conqueror. This is a moderator's permission. The hammer had the power to remove. The virus was caught off guard, but it has not yet been defeated. He admits that he underestimated Robert, and still considers him weak. And yet, the quest is complete. The system has confirmed. The reward has been provided. It was the star Sirius, an object of unprecedented power. Gray handed it to Robert, a weapon for a new battle. The weapon is updated. A punitive sword appears in front of him. The virus encountered emptiness. The commands did not work. The system was silent. Surprise paralyzed him. Only a moderator or Trojan could do something like that. All plans were ruined. Peace was gone. The time for games was over. His patience snapped. He intended to take the enemy whole, but the stubbornness of the victim changed everything. The launch team erased the traces. A powerful wave passed through the system. One of the virus copies disappeared. The removal was successful. Someone intervened in the fight. It could have been anyone from the top. He remained in the dark. Another silhouette appeared nearby. An interesting figure entered the area. The observer. Apparently, the alien had his own intentions, perhaps even an attack on the moderator. A smile appeared on the stranger's face. The guest was playing by his own rules. Suddenly, someone else burst into the zone. An uninvited guest. An old acquaintance. Mia. The tracks led to him. The cache was lost, and a confrontation was inevitable. Her intentions were clear. Destruction became the only goal. The mystery of her discovery of the virus remains unsolved. She broke through the moderator, but then everything depended only on her. He underestimated her. He shouldn't have. The sector was indeed weak. It became his trap. Mia didn't need reinforcements. She was ready to go it alone. Blow after blow. Instead of fear, there was confidence. She knew she could remove it this time. The space began to change. Sirius himself intervened. He appeared like a shadow. No one expected to see a patron spirit, but it was he who stopped Mia. She didn't understand why he did it. Why did he prevent the virus from being destroyed? The eyes met. Something had changed deep within the system, and the real confrontation was just beginning. The internal pain did not give her peace. She could not accept the fate of the innocent. The infected people fell like flies under the power of a higher power. Sirius suffered the pain of injustice while being called upon to protect people. And it was the moderator who once gave him this purpose who retreated from his ideals. New updates brought waves of viruses and the merciless cruelty of the system. Having abandoned all the upgrade skills, he became a target. The NPC and the virus recognized him as a threat. It was decided to block both, all for stability. The changes were not only external, the identity was gone too. There was no longer a dragon. Time passed. He could no longer glow. He could no longer fly. He could no longer fight. He could not accept the will of the system because it was permeated with injustice. One day a child appeared, lonely, quiet, without support. People would come sometimes, leave a tray, but wouldn't come any closer. It was a girl, a regular NPC. No magic, no task, just life. She had a name, Syrah. Unlike others, she was not afraid. He taught her defense. She showed an aptitude for magic. Not a typical NPC. Sirius brought her back to the people, and she was able to find a place among them. Without her, there was emptiness. No role, no strength. Only the light in my chest went out. The shadow that had not promised safety arose again, and the virus swam its nets. The danger was growing. As before, everything could be erased in an instant. This time he couldn't lose. The system did not provide him with protection. He left his zone. The virus only smiled, knowing that time was already irretrievably lost. The infection was gaining strength. Sirius fought until the very end. The enemy was confident of his victory, but he underestimated the deep determination. The system ordered to erase everything as part of an emergency check, but he didn't allow it. Teleportation saved those who could still be saved. He kept the name Sirius, the light that will guide the lost. In the system shelter, the moderator was focused on analyzing the recent failures. His actions led to irreversible consequences, and the system was already operating under new rules. Meanwhile, Robert emerged from the digital space, leading a group of survivors. With his new abilities, he was able to avoid the disaster and save the lives of others. Gray was among those saved, grateful to him for the chance to live. Previously, Robert managed to destroy Sirius's voice before it completely became a virus. Gray believed that this was how the dragon wanted to end his journey, without harming others. The system recognized the one protected by the dragon. Another 50 people joined Erchu. On the way to his new home, Robert was interested in the star left by Sirius. Gray had only fragmentary knowledge of it. The star was the source of his power. The dragon always protected her as the most valuable thing, but did not reveal the exact meaning. Having absorbed the star, Robert felt his powers as a moderator expand dramatically. He realized that if the star had gotten into the virus, the world would not have been saved. Eventually, they reached the village of Erch. The place was neglected, almost abandoned. It had only 5 inhabitants and was in need of major restoration. The village got a new lease on life thanks to those who brought a second chance. On the way to the village, Robert met Lily. She had been waiting for his return for a long time. She was relieved that he was alive and glad that he had returned. Gray watched Lily with concern. Her power was strong and familiar. She couldn't help but notice that her energy resembled Sirius's own aura. Suddenly, a girl fell from the sky. It was the cameraman Mia, exhausted and upset. She failed the task. The goal disappeared, and she felt guilty. Lily supported her, introducing her to everyone as a trustworthy ally. However, horror arose among the rescued. They were running away from the system, and the operator was part of it. Mia remained true to her role. The bugs had to disappear for the sake of order. She believed that removal was the only way to protect the world from destruction. Robert chose the path of correction, rather than destruction of what the system considered bugs. The crowd doubted, but only the moderator had faith. Lily stepped in to stop the argument and bring the conversation back to the main issue. She approached Robert with a clear position. He must become a real moderator. It was no longer a matter of choice. It had become his new destiny. Her request seemed strange to Robert. He didn't see himself as a moderator. He did not trust the situation. Its plans and operators seemed opaque. There was determination in her voice. It was time to reshuffle the cards of power. She promised the truth in time, but for now she asked only for faith without explanations. She had touched a sore spot, his thirst for revenge. Together, they could act. Due to the restrictions, Lily was stripped of most of her system powers. She inspired Robert to take on the challenge of creating his own content. Only those who have lived through this world themselves can become real moderators. Mia, listening, sarcastically questioned Lily's choice. She felt that she herself would have been a better moderator, not Robert. Meanwhile, the locals reminded Robert of his promise to share the supplies with everyone. Mia was not happy about agreeing to reuse the storage facility. She had seen it being stolen. Lily, meanwhile, slipped Robert some potion to remedy the situation. Mia became angry and threatened to lock the vault due to Lily's silence. The girl with blue eyes confirmed that Mia had also joined their plan. While Robert was out of reach, Lily negotiated with the operators. To distract the system, she confronted it with other threats. The talk was about new enemies of the system, no less dangerous creatures. Robert recalled his encounter with the virus that had threatened him in the past. Lily became worried. If the viruses already knew about Robert's power, it was dangerous. She was shocked. How did he survive after contact with the virus? Robert confirmed that he was indeed saved. Otherwise, he would not have survived. This made Lily wonder if he really was cut out for the role of moderator. Robert reproached for destroying the NPC. Lily admitted, the system acted rudely due to lack of resources. The system destroyed not those who were infected, but those who simply happened to be nearby. Robert did not forgive the system. He decided to lead it and bring justice. Seeing the fire in his eyes, Lily promised to help and remembered the needs of the operators. The first of them, Lily offered to become one herself, as a loyal ally. The atmosphere in the castle where the operators were gathered was tense. The silhouettes of high-level agents lined up around a long table. Lloyd was unhappy. Work was waiting, and time was wasted on chatter. Mia calmly waited for the right moment, not getting into an argument right away. Other operators also questioned whether there was a basis for an emergency meeting. Mia finally revealed the reason. She had discovered the main body of the virus. It was a worm, one of the most dangerous of the so-called viruses. Its cloning threatened the stability of the system. Found in a damaged sector, it needed immediate destruction. Mia narrowed the search radius and alerted the moderator to the danger. The presence of the moderator at the meeting confirmed that everything had gotten out of control. Meanwhile, Robert took the first step in his new role. He appointed a cameraman. Lily became his first choice. Strong, experienced, and a loyal ally. The system has officially recognized it. Access rights, firewall activated. Lily was overwhelmed with emotions. There was a lot of pain behind her, and a new goal ahead. Robert decided to check her status. As a moderator, he had the opportunity to do so. The system was not affected. Robert's new rights did not reveal the forbidden. His suspicions grew stronger. Something important was hidden behind her past. At this time, the Allies were returning to the ruins of the former village. Resources were running out. The population increased. Production decreased. The area was becoming more and more dangerous. Magical creatures appeared more often. They were probably attracted by the nearby dungeon. Lily, however, showed great interest in the idea of dungeon diving. The entrance to the dungeon looked threatening. This was the second such test. However, this time Robert was not walking alone. The group was already forming. The entrance to the dungeon looked threatening. This was the second such test. Although he had experience, the danger here felt completely different. Lily stopped him at the entrance in time, reminding him of the real risks. The magical creatures in the dungeons were not like the wild animals near the villages. They had intelligence, traps, tactics, like experienced players. To truly know this world, he had to go through it without any privileges. The former NPCs became something more. Now they had a chance to grow and change the world. The first steps into the dungeon greeted Robert with darkness and tension. A magical creation emerged from the depths, from which he had to retreat. Attacks rained down from all sides. The clash was too dangerous for newcomers. Robert admitted that he had underestimated the dungeon and its threats. Lily was right. It was her advice that saved him from traps and ambushes. No force had any effect on the enemy. Neither the sword nor the spell did any harm. Lily suddenly appeared with the trophy in her hands. The others were surprised. She was already under attack. She just shrugged. The players' levels have increased. Robert is already at 50th. They acted with dignity, surprising their elders. For the first time, strength pulsed through their bodies. Lily bowed her head. Without Robert, their growth would not have been possible. Continuing on, they came across a new entrance, which was emitting powerful energy. Everyone was drowning in doubts, but Robert understood. He had to go. There was no way back. The Greys were worried. Death now meant the end. Rebirth was gone. Robert explained that the firewall protects them from final destruction. Death is temporary. The respawn point was in the village of Urch, inaccessible to players. The time to act had come. A large enemy was hiding behind the door, his skull looking at them. Suddenly, everyone found themselves in the village of Urch, alive, albeit confused. Robert tried to understand what had happened. Everything had started smoothly, and then everything had ended. They were covered by a wave of total destruction. The boss left no chance. His special technique proved fatal for everyone. Each boss had a unique fighting style. Without knowing its essence, you cannot defeat it. Her words were clear. The secret would be revealed only to those who endured death and time. Death did not stop them. Robert fought, guided only by his own skill. Finally, the moment of breakthrough came. The attack had passed. The boss was vulnerable. This was their chance. Together, they delivered the decisive blow. The system confirmed the victory. The Urch dungeon shaft was cleared. Robert reached level 60. The path to becoming a moderator continued. After the victory, the dungeon froze, leaving behind only silent walls and treasures. They looked through the trophies, realizing that they could finally rest. The dependence on storage has disappeared. People have finally learned to live by their own minds. A pleased Lily glanced at Robert and suggested that they move away from the others. They walked down a dark corridor where the air was thick and every step echoed in the silence. The place looked too familiar. The previous dungeon appeared before his eyes again, disturbingly and clearly. Doubts and fears came back to life in Robert because the resemblance did not bode well. Lily revealed that she was absent due to a meeting with the Guardian, a being who monitors the order of the dungeon. She stopped the invisible cracks in the system and the creatures that were looking for a way into the world of the living. Destroying a Guardian is not considered a crime. The system will simply appoint a new one in his place. Robert knew what was expected of him. It was time to make the dungeon his own, but he had to proceed with caution. Too much excitement will arouse suspicion among operators, so everything must be done gradually. He activated the luring mechanism, as he had done with NPCs before, and the system accepted his freedom. The status had changed. Now he was the new dungeon moderator, and the keeper had bowed in submission. Lily called it the beginning. His journey as a real moderator was just beginning. But Robert needed help. He needed people he could trust to take control. Despite her strength, Lily couldn't stay here. He needed her by his side in the battles to come. They both knew that the real test was just approaching, and that there was almost no time left. Meanwhile, Siri and Jason are surprised to learn that they will have to become operators. Although they doubted, Robert had already made up his mind. The trust of the community had made the choice for them. By accepting the offer, they agreed to serve this world as the new protectors. But the threat was not dormant. The virus began a new phase. Its copies disappeared from the system one by one. The moderator finally intervened himself. He began to personally destroy the remains of the virus. The infopottic froze, but there remained those who risked everything for the sake of the truth. No one knew where Trojan had disappeared to, but one of the spies was already preparing an unexpected gift for him. Under the protection of the new operators, the village could count on safety under any circumstances. Lily recalled how intense the training had been. But both newcomers had mastered the program without delay. The village was now protected. Lily had managed to complete the project, a new storage facility out of sight. It won't be detected by players or even other operators. That's how it's designed. That's how it's implemented. Moderator training completed. The system reported acquisition of basic management skills. The past was just an introduction. Their real story was beginning right now. Before him was an uncharted horizon. He had to change the system, use its weaknesses as a tool. Guides for wandering players were already being written. Lily was one step ahead. An unexpected call. The name on the screen, Kevin, awakened ancient memories. A former acquaintance of his from the system suggested joining a volunteer initiative. Under the pretext of helping newcomers, a new order was created. A game without moderators. Lily didn't hide her jealousy. Her efforts seemed to have lost their value. Location: the city of Dawntown. A small pub. Inside, noise, jokes, players. Kevin greeted warmly. Lily stood aside, watching with a cold gaze. She remained wary. Kevin seemed like a player with an ulterior motive. The atmosphere remained cold. Lily did not accept the request. It was not time yet. Kevin led Robert to the other players. Their team was new, level, and short. They were lured by a generous reward. The boss was not very strong, but there was enough room for error. They moved towards the Troll Canyon. The location was under control. The enemy should appear soon. But another team appeared before them. The conflict arose immediately. The strangers claimed the location. Their leader was behaving aggressively. Kevin lost his temper. The clash escalated into a conflict. The threat of PvP arose. The rivals threatened, mocked. They talked about guilds, power, status. The situation reached its limit. Robert came out of the shadows and said sharply, "The advantage is the first one." He put an end to it. There is no place for arbitrariness here, and force does not always bring justice. The crowd of players stood frozen as Robert, calm and cool, gave the command to fight. The opponents laughed. One of them stepped forward. Level 120, Hydra Guild Tattoo. He proclaimed himself the successor to the branch head, showing disdain and contempt. Kevin decided to intervene. His voice sounded confident. He would not stand aside any longer. Griffin's will became law, and he accepted its burden without fear. The enemy from the Hydra Guild continued to boast. He called the battle a mere formality. False illusion. The fight has just begun. Robert hit. The Hydra player fell with the skull. His boasting turned to shame. The magic Robert used was unfamiliar to him. He activated a hidden boost. His stats doubled. The speed of his movements became lightning fast. His blow was fatal. The giant from Hydra fell, humiliated. Robert's team rejoiced. The attackers fled, unable to believe their defeat. Kevin froze. His height had changed, and he couldn't figure out how. The players around him applauded. Some immediately added him to their friends. Experience is priceless. Rewards are dust. Robert's poop fell. Kevin just shrugged. The future leader of Hydra was burning with anger, and was preparing a plan for revenge. In an instant, Robert had laid the boss down. The huge body crumbled into dust. What he saw shocked Kevin. He invited him to the guild. Hydra was already preparing revenge. Meanwhile, the beaten Hydra leader returned to base. The shame had not yet been erased from his face. The mentor's gaze burned with contempt. Defeat is unworthy of a leader. But the rules of the guild were simple. An enemy who touched one of them had to pay a price. He was allowed to gather a squad. The task, to destroy Robert. But suddenly, Lily appeared. Her movement was instantaneous. She grabbed the enemy, began to strangle him, like a shadow in the darkness. He did not even have time to react. His eyes widened in horror, but it was too late. The situation was getting out of control. The Hydra Guild branch hall was in chaos. The guild members tried to take matters into their own hands. They couldn't believe that their warriors couldn't handle one girl. The hunt began. Lily became the target. The future head of Hydra scoffed. His words were filled with venom. But the self-confidence quickly faded. Because as soon as the battle began, everything went wrong. They underestimated her. In an instant, several players fell. Lily didn't just hit, she destroyed. The sword was buried in the ground. She stood over her fallen opponents, unperturbed as a rock. At the same time, the head of Hydra appeared in the branch. His anger knew no bounds. His sword glowed with magic. A bright green flame filled with poison. She was silent, watching everything boil around her. Lily entered the hall, holding the head of the Hydra. Her eyes looked coldly at those present. All eyes turned to the new arrival. His name was Avant, an influential figure in the guild. He could not come to terms with the fact that a stranger had defeated even his trusted ones. Avant began his attack. His magic crackled, the sky darkened, the air compressed. But even his most powerful skill did not harm her. Lily stood unharmed. His surprise was genuine. It shouldn't be like this. This was absolute power. But she was different. Lily held his face. It seemed like his whole being was being squeezed. She didn't come here just like that. She wanted to warn. In her eyes, the end. In her words, punishment. The next meeting will be fatal. Avon fell, destroyed. His pride was shattered. Even the experienced players froze. Something about her gave away the true rancor. Lily soared into the sky. Her power engulfed the entire space like an explosion. Avant was crushed, and the branch fell silent. Avon's body seemed lifeless among the ruins, but his faint breathing betrayed his life. The fall was bitter. The power was lost. The level was lowered. The pride was extinguished. Her gaze burned in memory. She destroyed everything, and only revenge remained in him. Meanwhile, peace reigned in the city of Dawntown. The news of the destroyed Hydra Guild has not yet reached here. With danger looming, Kevin offered to join Griffin again. He followed the advice on her lips. Robert decided to ignore her. A moment before the farewell, Lily emerged from the shadows. Her gait was light, but there was a force in the air. Robert realized that the danger had passed thanks to her. He hadn't asked for it, but she had already done everything. The Hydra Guild was erased. The residents talked about the rancor, and Lily was happy. The danger was over. From the light cloud, Robert pulled out a small pendant. Star-shaped, a simple piece made with warmth. His magic maintained the connection and the distance. Lily accepted the gift with silent understanding. The shadow fell on the other side of the city. In the fortress of the moderators, Mia returned without an answer. She was met with suspicion. The moderator spoke about the main body of the worm. His voice was even, but every word was like a blow. Mia tried to defend herself by releasing yellow magic. A circle of energy filled the room. The space shook. The moderator's sword cut through the air. Magic twisted. But suddenly, everything stopped. the air was filled with a power that belonged to no one. A girl with hair the color of the sun emerged from the glow. Her gaze was cold, but deep, like an abyss. Lady Procyon spoke as firmly as light. Her words about the prohibition of fights stopped everyone. In the ruins, the moderator quarreled with Mia. Surveillance will continue. Nonsense is prohibited. Offended, she moved away, and the trail silently followed her. The operators were shocked by Xenon's battle, blamed Mia, and decided not to interfere. Conversation with the city in the background. Robert is happy with the guild, but wants the operator's advice. Lily spoke enthusiastically about the guild, where the head of the Griffins was a very good person. She dreamed of her own guild and instantly found herself in the village of Urch. Gray happily boasted about the house, which was installed in a good location, and Robert assured that the materials were already in the village's cloud storage. She pushed the workers, striving to make the new guild the ideal place for great feats. The guild hall had not yet risen above the ground. All that was left was to watch the construction silently work its miracle. Robert and Lily walked towards the majestic tower that rose through the clouds in the darkness of the fires. This challenge tower, like a mysterious giant, attracted players. Robert did not go for treasures or records, but for excitement and the path to new heights. He chose the path of honesty, like an artist carefully drawing every stroke. Here, not the level, but the ability to weave skills into a perfect pattern was the key to success. Lily began testing Robert's abilities. All the skills in his arsenal sparkled. It seemed like an incredible miracle. She laid out all the cards. His level was modest, but victories were brought by rare, powerful skills that worked miracles. Lily beamed with joy. He had been chosen, like a star illuminating a dark night. The title of moderator was just around the corner. He was walking towards it like the wind bringing change. Robert entered the tower, where the first monster was waiting. Menacing, large, with a flame of rage in his eyes. A few blows, and the monster was knocked down, but he remained unshakable, without shedding a drop of blood. After the battle, Robert's level rose like the rising of the sun, and Lily watched in admiration as he skillfully weaved his skills into a single melody. There was more to come. With each floor, the skill combinations became more complex and powerful. There were 50 floors in total, and Robert had already destroyed half of the monsters thanks to his speed and agility. He continued to conquer floors, but the monsters did not succumb to the usual combinations. The last fight, Robert was close to his goal. He realized it was time to use magic skills. The combination was used for the first time, and in his mind he was already saying goodbye to the enemy. The waste has been destroyed. The level went up. Robert smiled cheekily. The last floor, the 50th, remains, the most difficult of all. Entering the floor, Robert was surprised. He had once met this creature. They came across a cursed barrier that blocked their path. Suddenly, Robert's skills began to rapidly weaken. It was clear that the last boss would not be easy. But he didn't give up. He activated a new skill, but it suddenly disappeared and was cancelled. The boss was so powerful that no skill or combination could penetrate him. He remained safe and sound. Robert sprang into action, using every weapon and skill at his disposal. He even resorted to magic. He was determined to destroy this scum at any cost. Victory! Robert set a new record, exhausted but full of joy. He had to find a way out. It was time to go back. His gaze fell on the portal. Strange and bizarre, it beckoned with the unknown. Lily greeted Robert with a smile on her face. No one had ever managed to walk the entire tower. The thought of the portal haunted him. He turned to the new operator, but the girl did not see him. Robert did not understand what was happening. His body began to melt into the air, disintegrating into tiny atoms. The system was absorbing him into the unknown. The past flashed before him, the players rising like a tower. Everything seemed distant. like a dream. But some entity led him further, and now he was standing in front of the blue gate. It was a new quest, and the reward was administrator authority. Lily finally contacted Robert through the pendant. It was important for her to know where he was now. She was willing to break the system to help, but it was dangerous. They could be discovered. There was no need for this. Robert could use the cloud, so he ordered Lily to stay away. He opened the gate to go inside. There were exquisite monsters in a row. They were like statues. It was clear that the update had passed them by. The threat was approaching. The figure of an unknown creature moved to attack Robert. He couldn't put the puzzle together. The monster resembled the administrator, but was not him. Who was he then? The battle began. All violators had to be eliminated. Robert gave all his strength to destroy this dark evil. The sword came to his aid. The system is updated. Everything works. The monster is thinking about how to defeat Robert. He pretends that there are no problems and slyly slips him the tower guard. Guarding the tower was a must, as other players waited for the update, frozen motionless like stones, awaiting their time. Robert did not succumb to provocation. In response, he began to fight, armed with his trusty ancient sword. While Robert cleared the way from the scum, the main boss in iron armor was stunned by the unexpected confidence of this young man. The future moderator took aim at the main scum. All the skills imprinted in his memory were put into action. A few blows brought down the monster. It absorbed a lot of energy, but Robert wanted to end the battle quickly. The enemy was unable to control the dangerous sword, so I had to bypass the attacks myself without the help of the system. The hero's abilities tripled. He became stronger and more powerful, and the blood of victory burned in his eyes. A few precise blows, and the enemy is overthrown. The monster created for the system did not take into account its own thoughts. It simply carried out the assigned mission, and soon everything would happen. The system disintegrated into small icons. The update began. The process was too fast. Finally, the hero opened his eyes and saw Lily waiting for him. This moment filled him with joy. During the conversation, Robert was surprised. The system guard had his own thoughts and conscience despite his creation. The monster suddenly took on human form, stunned by how quickly everything had changed. Past events came alive in my memory, revealing unexpected details. The hero's gaze stopped on the red magic layer. He was surprised, because he had never seen anything like it before. Robert was distracted by a call from Lily, who dialed him through the pendant he had given him earlier. She was worried about his safety. The couple found themselves in Town, a beer joint they had visited many times before. The conversation touched on his receipt of a high-ranking Guardian core. In addition to the Guardians, there are rare and extremely powerful creatures that are strictly controlled by the administrators. Lily was surprised. Such high-ranking guards often go unnoticed. They were born with a purpose, but have not yet discovered their potential. Many problems remain unaddressed, forgotten in the shadows. And until administrators change their approach, these issues will never be resolved. The hero realized that in order to revive the frozen world and the creatures in the tower, it was necessary to complete the renovation. As soon as this thought arose, Robert's body disintegrated into atoms. It was time to find a new shell for further steps. The system had discovered a new entity, and now the most important thing remained: to choose a name that would become the new identity in the updated world. He used to be a regular NPC, but that role quickly became a thing of the past. Now his new name is Theodore, a symbol of the beginning of a new path. The upgrade was flawless. The new entity recognized Robert and, as if revived, expressed deep gratitude for this second chance. Theodore has now become a high-ranking guardian of the administrator, a loyal protector who will always follow him, no matter what. The location of the virus had been discovered. Unbelievably, it had been found among the hiding places. Hundreds of copies had already been destroyed, and it seemed that the administrator was determined this time. It looks like the moderator has made the final decision to delete it permanently. Finally, the virus is destroyed! But he rose again, spreading poison. Procyon came, her magic cleansing the world. There was a blaze of power in her eyes. She kept saying, "She will destroy the virus herself, no matter what." The virus is multiplied at the speed of light, while the admin was looking for the mysterious blonde. Having shed the shell of the administrator, a tired but determined man remained. He was still fighting. Everything froze. His consciousness was swallowed by a strange, unknown emptiness. The virus disintegrated into particles, erosion. It created its own kind to destroy the admin. Parts of the virus were consuming the warrior, but he, with the instantly destructive power of the sphere, did not give up. He must disappear forever. This is his inevitable fate. The scum is wiped off the face of the earth forever. The virus accounting became human. Thoughts about the difficult restoration of copies did not give rest. After the fierce battle, Procyon approached the administrator and anxiously asked if he was alive. Having called the name, he entered a light blue hole in space, beckoning with mystery. In the administration room, he studied the secret reports from Zeno about the strange behavior of the suspicious Mia. She was a concern. It all started with the connection with Lily. It was dangerous to trust her now. A fragment surfaced in the administrator's memory. He wiped Robert off the face of the earth, but he survived and gained the power of an admin. He went to remove the hero from the face of the earth, but the test failed. He had a higher number than the high-ranking official. The administrator revealed all his cards. This was Mr. Trojan. Procyon risked everything to find him. In the distant expanses of the village of Urk, a guard appeared, Mr. Theodore. With calm confidence, he declared that he would restore order as far as his strength and will would allow. Robert thought, the loyalty of the bodyguards was almost blind. Perhaps long neglect had turned them into fanatics. Soon, the magical monsters will be exterminated, without regret or hesitation. Their goal, to restore order and protect the world from darkness. The dark creatures were just bait, a weapon for the growth of players. In a dialogue between Lily and Robert, it was revealed that they could only be destroyed by a violent virus or the collapse of a cruel system. The protagonist realized that the scum did not attack because they did not leave their territory. They were controlled by the system. Robert and Lily arrived in the changed village of Erzga and took an interest in the lives of the residents. The kids were happy to hug Robert, but he was interested in the new administrators, Siri and Jake. Once in the dungeon, he saw the faces of the followers with double glasses. Theo joined the conversation. Watching them, he noticed that they looked like operators, who looked at him strangely, as if trying to figure out who he was. He has revealed all his cards. He is a high-ranking guard. He asked about the village, whether anything had changed since he left. But their faces fell. Something serious had happened. Players came without causing harm, exchanged a few items, spent the day, and quietly left. Robert planned to block off the area so they wouldn't come again. They could be dangerous. He gave Theo the order to test the new team he had received. With Robert leveling up, the new team needs to be prepared for battle. Real administrators must be able to create content. The moment of the players' battle in the tower flashed through my memory. It is not enough to simply copy. You need to create a new image, better than the original. The update was successful. It's time to choose a name for the new content. A bathhouse appeared out of nowhere, like a mushroom after rain. Theo received orders to manage the construction and keep an eye on the villagers. The tower looked like a work of art. For such feats, Lily praised Robert, hinting at his primacy. A clash between the players began. There were many valuable items in the village. Information flew around like lightning. They were trying to get hold of everything. One by one, they carried out the treasures, trying to seize all the wealth. The smell of money is in the air. They flocked to the loot like bees to honey. Nothing had changed in the system, but when they approached the village, they froze in bewilderment. A new tower had appeared, which they had not seen before, and the system did not show it. The village didn't seem special, so they moved on to the forge. The blacksmiths thanked Mr. Robert with respect. It was he who opened the doors to new technologies for them and supplied them with rare, select materials that could not be found anywhere else. Inside, players looked at the merchandise with delight. The weapons and armor sparkled with craftsmanship. They wanted to buy at least a few, but there was not a single price tag, as if the items had a will of their own. The food had been tasteless lately, and the blacksmiths, tired of the monotonous diet, asked the players if they would share their provisions. In exchange, they were willing to give away weapons for free. The other players cleverly reached the village and, seeing the house, kicked the door down with all their might. They began to mercilessly destroy everything that caught their eye. The villagers tried to stop these barbarians, but one of the players grabbed one by the neck and humiliatingly threatened to kill him. Gray came out, shrouded in magic, with only one opinion: to cleanse the village of evil spirits. Robert came to after a long blackout, his body groaning from the commands, and Lily was there. He was unconscious all day, probably after the attack. It will be easier when he learns to lead teams. The peasants' eyes glistened with happy tears. Robert had woken up, and they saw him as their leader. The peasants' happiness was interrupted by Sophia. Furious, she burst in with the news that one of the players was causing real chaos. They mercilessly destroyed the village. The gradient attack happened suddenly, like a bolt from the blue. Without hesitation, Robert came and destroyed the scoundrels. In one of the scumbags, the hero recognized a familiar soul, a sinister jewel thief. Robert couldn't understand why he was here. A few blows, and the scoundrel was punished. The newly elected operators came to Robert's defense, and the player chosen by the system found himself in a state of shock, humiliated and defenseless. The update eliminated all enemy weapons. Robert insistently asked Siri to add the opponents to the blacklist. If they returned, they would be destroyed without mercy. Under his moderation, players couldn't do whatever they wanted. Robert sat down to think of a plan. The scum are not giving up yet. It's only a matter of time. A clear plan and trained operators are required. His plan seemed crazy. He wanted more players to visit the village. Although he was advised to hide to avoid detection, he made a decisive decision. Holding hands, they were transported into the system space. Astonished by what they saw, they stood in confusion. But he sought to share the particles of his power among the team. This gave them access to the cloud, a storage facility where all the necessary items for a light defense of the village were kept. The prepared team waited for the moment of truth. In the previous days, Robert had looked with admiration at the tower, which was designed to benefit the players. He still had a lot to change. The new content attracted scumbags, but he quickly dealt with them, raising his level. Theo, as a true guardian, was always ready to help. This tower was an advanced content for players. They easily passed the floors, improving their skills. Robert was thinking about how to attract even more players, because this was the path to development. A message appeared on their screens about doubling their experience. It seemed incredible to them. They could gain additional buffs by completing a villager's quest. However, these buffs did not stack with the tower's buffs. Each effect worked separately. The plan worked. The number of players at the tower increased. Lily asked the operator to watch, because the moderators could get on the trail. Messages about new content poured in from different villages, all eager to improve their skills. The Hydra Guild was discussing the destruction of Duntown Village. Avant told Dunks that a girl with the rank of Ranker was behind it. He couldn't believe it. It was the same girl with blue hair. Hydra learned that treasures and skill upgrades can be obtained from the tower. They were shocked that other guilds did not know about it. The strongest players were supposed to be sent there so that other teams wouldn't get a cent. Suddenly, a virus appeared unexpectedly. He was eager to find out useful information about the update. The virus was shocked that administrators could create content. It was beyond their authority. He insistently demanded that the strongest be sent to the village of Erdska. The one they were looking for was there. The virus released its clones to distract the administrators. The new meeting of the operators took place in a large, luxurious hall. We were discussing Mia's last day in office. She had been thinking about it for a long time, and it was finally time to act. Her mission was to protect Lily. She took her in when she had nothing, so she decided to serve her loyally. Dyke probed her about her identity, noting that the new members were significantly different from those who came before. Lily was known only to those who still held the camera position. No one could come to terms with the idea of Mia leaving. But the order made the situation clear. It was not profitable for the administration, so it had to stay. Without objections, the wrong choice was made. The silence did not last long. A skirmish began between the operators. In the fight, Mia was clearly weaker. Other operators wanted to stop the fight, but interference threatened the lives of innocent people. Lloyd joined the fight, also trying to intervene to prevent Mia from making mistakes. He noted the need to strictly comply with the orders of administrators. Therefore, the fight did not stop. Mia's attack was brutal and relentless. She emphasized that Lily's actions were aimed at maintaining the peace of the administrators. An enraged Mia stung with her power with confidence and poise, knowing that she was unstoppable. The fight continued in Mia's favor, with her skillful movements delivering hellish blows. The fight continued, and the fire from the battle engulfed the entire area. It seemed impossible. Why were the operators' strengths so different? Isabel came to the rescue, but even together their attacks would have been useless. It was as if Mia was feeding on the energy of her opponents. She went on the attack herself, without Lloyd. Isabel was determined to prove that she was worthy of the title of the strongest. The fight continued. 2 people attacked, but the forces were unequal. The battlefield fell silent. Mia had lost, and it seemed unbelievable. There was no peace. The air was filled with invisible tension. And suddenly, from space, Mia burst into flames. She doesn't give up so quickly. The operator's eyes were filled with bewilderment and surprise. Where did she get so much strength? And suddenly Zeno came to the rescue from space. He was stunned. Mia's power had doubled, and if he didn't intervene immediately, she would become invincible. Zeno went into battle with one goal: to defeat Mia, because the order of the administrators was indisputable and absolute. Robert masterfully cleared the new territory of monsters. After each victory, his level grew rapidly, as if progression was accelerating on its own. He intended to use the cleared area for his own purposes. Skill development was going well. It was necessary to make the most of the available opportunities. Lily was worried. The beeps weren't reaching Mia, so she decided to go looking, leaving Robert in Theo's care. Players were approaching the tower, but something was wrong. Their emblems showed that they were from one of the 5 guilds. When Zenon took off his helmet, the space around him froze. His level skyrocketed, almost contrary to the laws of the system. And only then did everyone see the truth. He was not an ordinary player, but a representative of the ancient race of dragonoids. Once again he rushed to attack Mia, leaving her no chance of escape or salvation. She responded no less fiercely. Her blows were precise, aggressive, and full of despair. Mine was driven into a dead end. The justice mode was activated, and now everything was working against her. But she did not give up. Each of her blows became stronger, filled with fury and stubbornness. Everyone was stunned. Even Zeno, with his dracoid strength, couldn't hold back Mia. Eventually, he managed to land a few fatal blows, and she stopped. Even Mia couldn't withstand such force. This girl, who fought so desperately, eventually lost the war. Mia's weapon of submission was taken away to prevent a repeat of the situation, and her operator position was permanently removed from her. Zeno grabbed her, whose fate now depended on the administrator's decision. Finally, Lily found Mia's trail. She picked up her wounded body, but it was too late. She needed to act earlier. Zeno, seeing Lily, was filled with rage. Her appearance only added fuel to the fire. He rushed to the attack, enraged by her presence. She was a worthy opponent, but fighting wasn't her goal. She only wanted to take Mia. The team finally encountered the first operator. Tension was rising. Fear of possible attack led them to suggest using the weapon of subjugation. Sometimes her power was comparable to that of the administrator himself, something that is hard to believe. Lily was so powerful that other operators literally flew apart from her power, like cracks from a blow. Isabel challenged the first operator, eager to test how powerful the new skills really were. However, it was useless to hope for success. Lily turned out to be too strong, and a few of her blows quickly broke her, leaving her in humiliation. The blue-haired girl quickly overthrew her opponent, turning the battlefield into ruins. As soon as she recovered, Zeno was hanging in the air, the weapon clutched tightly in his hands. Lily released a bolt of lightning, a medium-level power but enough to disturb her opponent. Zeno considered her a real monster, ruthless and tireless. A skirmish broke out between them, with Lily shocked by the strength of Zeno's weapon, realizing that his strength was insufficient to win. Her appearance took him by surprise. She had no right to interfere, and he raised his weapon again, ready to fight. If she had truly fulfilled her duties, then Lord Astor would not have had to change his record and hide in the shadows. While no one noticed Mia's steps, she quietly walked through the portal and found herself in a dense forest. It was too dangerous to stay here, so she ran away without looking back. The Hydra Guild was heading to the village of Urch. Their surprise knew no bounds. This place looked too frail to be worth capturing. They confidently celebrated the victory in advance, imagining this place already under their power. Their premature euphoria instantly dissipated. From the darkness suddenly emerged the shadow of Theo, the true ruler of these lands, who did not accept foreigners harshly. A sudden gunshot shattered the silence, sending up dust and debris that engulfed the enemy like a hurricane, knocking them to the ground and throwing them off course. Theodore didn't waste a second. In just a moment, the leader of the Hydra found himself in his iron grip, like prey in the claws of a predator. He was the shield of this village. Like an indestructible wall, he did not allow any stranger to cross the border. But Robert gave the order to release the leader. What was important to him was not revenge, but information and the real purpose of their visit. The leader of the Hydra Guild was going to solve everything by force, taking the village's valuables. But he did not expect a sudden attack by the beast Theo, swift as lightning and merciless. To save himself, the leader had to improvise. He came up with a story on the fly, that their visit was not an attack, but a peaceful attempt to establish a new base. It is as if the appearance of a large guild will increase trade circulation and attract more residents to the village. But Robert did not succumb to the deception and received a categorical refusal. The head of the Hydra Guild became angry and ordered the warriors to loot everything that came their way. Robert was already planning how to punish them along with the operators. He was hatching a plan for revenge. Since the Hydra did not have a decent behavior, they had many enemies. The event promised additional buffs for every destroyed player with the snake logo, and karma did not decrease. Everyone froze in anticipation of something terrible. The fight began, with the players mercilessly attacking each other. The operators praised Robert. His intelligence would free them from hard work. The battle continued. Hydra did not give up, considering itself the best daring guard. Theo was tired of this. The fight was dragging on. An intervention was needed to quickly end it all. From the cloud storage, Robert pulled out a new weapon, powerful and unknown, capable of changing the course of the battle in the blink of an eye. The arrow hit the head of the guard directly. Its peculiarity was that it instantly blocked any attack, depriving the enemy of the opportunity to even defend himself. Theo gave clear instructions, making it easier for Robert to control the power. The Hydra leader ordered the destruction of the enemies, starting with Robert. His weapon was the most dangerous. The warriors' rapid fire mowed down enemies one after another. The enemy guild commander has been neutralized. Realizing the enemy's superiority, they turned around and disappeared. Word will spread quickly. The Hydra commander has been overthrown, and now no one will dare to move into this village. The opponents had barely come to their senses when they were immediately attacked by other players, trying to increase their level. The opponents suffered a defeat again. The attackers turned out to be experienced and strong players who could not be defeated. While they gained confidence, it now seemed to them that even the rankers could not stop them. The purple glow was a signal. It was a viral threat, and the village was in danger. Robert was already making a plan to destroy the enemies. Maintenance had begun, a sign that the administrator was already approaching, and this caused the tension to rise to the limit. Gray thought of everything in advance. She instantly evacuated everyone to a safe shelter, leaving the danger behind. Robert resolutely launched into an attack on the scum. One of the enemies instantly recognized him as the account he was looking for, and without a doubt grabbed him, forcing him to follow him like a helpless shadow. The smile quickly disappeared as Theo brutally eliminated the scoundrels. Having recovered, the attackers rushed into battle again. The bastard caught Robert again. A sinister smile flashed on his lips again, as if he already saw how he was turning the game back in his favor. The hero was outraged by this. The power in his hands became a counterweight to the attacker. His abilities increased tenfold. The attacker was eliminated. Theo was happy with the victory, but the enemy bodies had to be disarmed so that their actions would not be repeated. Robert prevented this. He did not want to become worse than the administrator. He had his own plan to punish his opponents. They abused their power, so their revenge will be to block their connection to the system. They are normal people now. The bodies need to be hidden so that they can be interrogated later to find out who was in charge of them. There was no need for this. The virus networks dragged Robert into the anti-debug environment. The hero's firewall will be disabled, and the commands will start to go awry, creating chaos in the system. The virus got angry. After all, the only task that he assigned to the cheaters, he completed himself. He first destroyed the firewall, but suddenly a mysterious entity intervened in the battle, as if emerging from the shadows. Its appearance changed the course of events and jeopardized the virus's plans. Miss Procyon intervened and stopped the destructive effects of the virus. Robert was engulfed in the web of the virus. There was no question of help to avoid infection. Miss Procyon cut the nets that were strangling the protagonist. The operators were stunned by the appearance of this face because the entrance was closed during maintenance. Her gaze was cold and piercing, as if she had seen that same power in Sirius's eyes before. It reminded her of ancient times and unsolved matters that still lingered behind her like a shadow. He was her family. There were only 3 dragons in total who did their job properly. Miss Procyon could have been one of the 3 dragons. Her strength and confidence confirmed it. She moved to support Robert. Procyon released a blast of energy that tore the virus apart, destroying it from the root. She was determined to wipe the scum off the face of the system. He scoffed and began to multiply his copies. The virus was attacked from all sides, and its strength gradually weakened. But the master virus used the power of stealth, hiding so that even Miss Procyon could not detect him. But her power mercilessly destroyed the insidious enemy, giving him no chance to escape. The virus's attacks crumbled to dust as soon as they touched her protective barrier, as if reality itself refused to acknowledge their existence. Procyon possessed the Eye of the Dragon, the ability to discern the true nature of everything. The scoundrel has been eliminated. She destroyed him with lightning speed, like the wind. But her aura was alarming. It was painfully similar to Sirius's. For Robert, the woman remained a mystery. Her subtle but undeniable authority left no doubt. According to her, they were going to the administrator. Regan lay lifeless in the contamination sector, his body a silent witness to the brutal battle. The virus was mocking him. He had ignored the warning and was now paying the price. It was a pleasure for the virus to watch him being destroyed. But if nothing was done, Regina would soon be gone. But then a figure appeared, Betelgeuse. He stressed that Regan still had value, as his espionage activities had brought considerable benefits. He finally rose up and survived. But despite this, he remained a servant of the virus. Maintenance continued, stalling for time and adding to the strain on the system. Robert's rank was even higher than the Astors, so his survival after being removed seemed impossible. A mystery that raises more and more questions. Procyon, using her power, recognized in it a new form of the virus. His aura was glowing red like Astor's. Perhaps it was a coincidence through his bug, or something deeper hidden. She persistently activated the dragon's power, but Robert avoided this decision. For some reason, his powers were blocked, as if an invisible wall was holding back all his potential. Procyon wanted to take Robert to Astor, but Theo stood up for him. The tension between them grew. It was as if she read from his soul. She knew about the painful losses, betrayals, and the furious hatred for the administrator that burned in him from the past. Robert did not understand why the main thing in his heart needed him so much. Procyon saw no other way out. She had to use force to detain the hero. Mia burst into battle, wounded, exhausted, but thirsting only for the lady's gaze. Once again, an uneasy silence reigned in the operator's conference room. The familiar tension was returning with new challenges. Lily was sitting in shackles, her gaze full of surprise and resentment, as if she didn't understand why this was happening to her. Lily crossed the line, activating a power that was strictly forbidden to use. Her action could upset the balance of the entire system, and now the question arose: punishment or isolation? She coldly stated that she no longer had to follow their instructions. She was now Robert's operator. The shackles disappeared without resistance. Her strength was striking in its light, yet crushing power. The administrator warned that Robert was a constantly respawning bug and was at risk of becoming a virus. The young man sought to overthrow him from the throne in order to take that place himself. Procyon praised Mia for the work she had done, but noticed her weakness and decided to take Lily under her protection. Robert's true strength was finally revealed. He could fix bugs. Procyon was delighted with this news. Now it was possible to restore Astor's accounting to its original state. She handed Robert the pendant she had received from Lily. It was a sign of a request for help. A portal opened and they headed towards the administrator. Faithful Theo remained to protect the people. In a desert filled with cloned viruses, a quarrel suddenly broke out. Their goal was one: to destroy the administrator and everyone who stood behind him, leaving no stone unturned. Astor was destined to disappear without a trace. He was to be wiped off the face of the world once and for all. Finally, Robert and Procyon moved to the administrator. He, like everyone else, felt uneasy about the boy's increasing strength and changing aura. The administrator said that Trojan is the most terrible force that created viruses, and the only enemy of the administrator. They tried to remove Robert many times, but he resisted. He had administrative abilities. That is why the otherworldly force hated him. Trojan was spotted in the village where the boy lived, but she skillfully changed her accounts, so it was impossible to detect her. The administration decided to take a radical step: simply remove everyone. Although this seemed like a strange and cruel move, Robert was angry. There had to be other ways, because exterminating everyone was pointless and incompetent. Operators came to the administrator's defense, calling for him not to do anything suspicious. Lily came to Robert's aid. Although she had previously been kept in the dungeon, she managed to escape. She apologized for the administrator's actions. It turned out that she was his sister. Their connection was visible even by her blue hair, hinting at family roots. Robert did a lot. He restored the village, added new content for players, but his real goal remained the destruction of the system. After all, the indiscriminate destruction of both viruses and people is absurd. The branches of power need to be changed. Robert's skills are valuable. He is able to fix bugs. To avoid unnecessary witnesses, the two administrators moved to a private conversation. Robert heard the most important thing. The local branch of government admitted its mistakes. Losing Sirius was the final point. The administrator admitted failure and resigned his powers. They found themselves back where it all began, at the very heart of the system, at the very place where the balance was first disturbed. The operators couldn't believe what they were hearing. The voluntary renunciation of administrative rights was a real shock to the entire system. Here Robert drew his sword, not for revenge, but to make the top ranks feel what he himself had experienced in his time. The admin team rushed to the defense, but the deletion process could not be stopped. Robert was burning with determination. Anyone who tried to interfere would be erased without hesitation. His goal was clear, and his path was inescapable. Gradually, Aster dissolved into the air, like ashes scattered by the wind, quietly, inexorably, without hope of returning. Only dim fragments of memories of his sister remained in his memory, the only one he truly loved. Only dim fragments of memories of his sister remained in his memory, the only one he truly loved. One thing was clear: Robert would not stop until he got Emily back. The disappointed operators watched him go in silence. They gathered in a circle and discussed the administrator's actions without understanding his motives. He proved weak, so his sister took over the reins of power and appointed a new king in whom she placed her hopes. The new administrator had to protect his subordinates and restore order to the world. The pain of losing the bugs left deep scars. Even though Aster was skilled at destroying viruses, guilt still weighed on him. He turned to Robert to patch up the wounds. He could have fixed the bugs, and that would have produced results. Robert's help would be a real gift. After all, it would be a strong symbiosis, beneficial to both parties. He raised his hand towards Aster, from which a powerful healing power flowed. The new administrator gave hope. A stream of energy flows into the Aster, gradually healing his wounds. Emily's bracelet began to glow with an unnatural light, and suddenly she hugged him like a ghost. Hugging Aster, she quietly began to heal his wounds, the light spreading throughout his body, healing every scar. Amidst the destruction and chaos, her light was like the only hope, a soft glow in the darkness that slowly healed the wounded Aster. The girl watched the horrible scene of destruction, while the virus only smiled ominously. She drew the sword of vengeance and aimed it at the enemy, but he stood unmoved, as if he feared nothing. The virus tried to convince her to join them for the sake of revenge against the admin, but her memory was filled with bitter memories of him. He tried to envelop her in his nets, but she held on tightly, not allowing the darkness to penetrate her soul. The operators calmly watched what was happening, without interfering in the course of the fight. Robert was still transmitting energy to Aster, healing him. At this moment, both were extremely vulnerable. Any attack could be fatal. But suddenly, an error occurred. The energy flow became distorted, and instead of healing, it began to shudder, as if something inside it was resisting. The hero felt the system fail. The system's functionality has been dramatically reduced. Many commands have become unavailable, and the response to players' actions has slowed down. The viruses broke through the defenses and burst into the kernel. They took advantage of the system failures to attack at the most vulnerable moment. They finally took advantage of the opportunity. The chaos and deterioration of the system's functions became the perfect cover for them. The number of virus clones was astonishing. They filled every corner of the system, like a swarm that had escaped from a hive. The operators immediately began the removal, commands running one after another, the light of the protocols cutting through the darkness of the infection. Lily's eyes were ablaze with determination, and her strength was awakened with renewed vigor. Emily began to fade from Robert's consciousness like a shadow melting at dawn. But it turned out to be a trap for Robert. In fact, it was Trojan's account. It turned out that he never had a sister. The image of Emily was just a clever illusion created by evil to restrain his will. Everything he held most dear turned out to be part of a carefully constructed trap. Without a shadow of a doubt, he made up his mind. This time, he would destroy her forever. Robert was strong only because a part of Trojan's soul lived within him. But this power was slowly destroying him from the inside. There is determination in her eyes. She came to change the rules. The guy's strength began to fade, flowing to the new chosen one. The battle between viruses and operators did not subside. The battlefield turned into a continuous interweaving of code, flashes, and screams. Every attack could be the last, and every mistake could be fatal. The viruses, taking advantage of the chaos, secretly gathered in the depths of the system core. Their plan was daring, to penetrate the protected sector and attack the administrator while his forces were weakened. Procyon's draconic aura unfolded into a lightning wall of light, blocking the virus's attack and destroying their malicious code before it could spread. Her warriors, seasoned in many battles, rushed into battle with relentless determination. Every blow and every movement cleared the space of the deadly infection, destroying the viral cloned shadows. The evil commanders were stunned by the operator's unyielding strength. But the enemies used this as a chance to exhaust the opponent's forces, since the removal team was temporarily inactive. Something went wrong with Aster's treatment. A strange, disturbing aura appeared around him. Robert looked exhausted. It was obvious that something was going wrong. Yellow sparks filled the space. Trojan was approaching. For viruses, this became a hope. It could change the course of the fight in their favor. The system had suffered a critical blow. Its stability was hanging by a thread. Firewalls are down. Protection is weakened. Enemies can penetrate at any moment. Panic gripped everyone. Clashes and chaos began. The system lost its protection. Rebirth became unavailable. Hopelessness reigned among the players. The death toll was constantly growing, and fear and helplessness were taking hold of everyone. The situation was getting worse. Demonic beasts, having escaped from their cages, were tearing apart the space of the system, spreading chaos. Evil was spreading like a virus without limits. We had to act immediately. Either stop it now or lose the whole world. Trojan finally emerged from the shadows, her figure, tall, majestic, her eyes glowing with a cold crimson light, rising slowly over the battlefield. Lily caught Aster in time, whose energy was rapidly spiraling out of control. She protected him, using her own power to stabilize his condition. Trojan raged in the midst of chaos, her aura pulsing with dark fury. No one could stand against her. Blows only strengthened her, for she fed on the energy of all who dared to challenge her. She mercilessly took away Aster's power, causing him to fall to his knees. Procyon rushed into the attack with a mighty sword in her hands. Her order was uncompromising. Administrators must be under strict control of operators. A new threat appeared in the background. Viruses were approaching. Viruses came to support the Trojan, increasing its rage and threatening all living things. They considered her the mistress of the world, submitting to her power unconditionally. The operators, filled with rage, gathered into a solid front and launched a crushing assault on the undead, their attacks bursting with lightning and flame, dispelling the darkness and fear. The viruses rushed madly to spread the infection, covering everything around with a black poisonous fog that devoured life and hope. The battle unfolded with incredible speed. Explosions and flashes of magic tore through the space, and every blow changed the course of the battle. Suddenly, time stood still. Deathly silence reigned all around, and the enemies could not fall even an iota. Trojan roared, cursing the viruses, saying that the world never belonged to her and that they only vainly wove their own illusions of power. She disappeared into space, seeking advice from her brother. Robert sat in the background, still treating Aster. Lily is an antivirus created to protect the universe. The virus team didn't understand. Trojan was no longer their mentor. Her goal had changed. Lily rushed forward with fury, her sword glowing silver, each blow determined to destroy the evil that had become Trojan. The blows tore through the air, flashes of power shooting into the sky, scorching the ground around them. In every movement, there was a will that broke through the control that had long held her down. Lily's eyes were blazing with confidence, and every blow was a blow of truth. While the furious duel heated up the space, the team of operators was rapidly approaching the central core, the administrator. Lily activated the Kaidens, light chains bound Trojan, holding back her rage for at least a moment. The team was powerful, but too small to completely destroy the enemy. Lily activated the system command to create a combat structure that was supposed to deal a decisive blow to the Trojans. But despite its power, it was not enough for final victory. Next, she activated the cut command. A bright sword of light cut through the space aimed straight at the enemy, and the result of the blow was still unknown. Lily activated the command on the network screen. Blinding lightning instantly shot up, forming an energy wall between her and the enemy, isolating them from each other for a moment. Trojan was invulnerable. Lily will not allow her to harm her, no matter what the obstacles. Trojan began to understand that she could no longer impose her will and was forced to accept the inevitable. All the stats were reduced, but Lily remained unshakable. Her strength exceeded even the administrator's power. Trojan believed that by combining the powers of Aster and her sister, she could return to the old world, where order reigned and power belonged to her. The stats rose again, and Lily was ready. She was preparing for a new, inevitable attack. Trojan easily blocked her blows and disappeared from the battlefield, leaving behind silence and tension. Trojan instantly moved to Robert, who was ready to take action. Fragments of the past flashed in the guy's memory. How he and the players roamed abandoned villages, hunting for rare artifacts, without thinking about the consequences. His gaze fell on a bench with bracelets. Simple, inexpensive, but each of them had some kind of charm. Robert extended his hand and silently handed the bracelet to Emily. She smiled happily, clutching the bracelet to her chest. Lily broke free from Trojan's net, full of determination. Without wasting a second, she rushed towards Robert. Her heart was squeezed with anxiety. The enemy could harm him, and he was still weakened, busy healing Aster. A blonde figure appeared before the hero. Her outline, gait, even her gaze evoked memories. His eyes darkened with anger and pain. Why had she lied? Why had she worn the face of the man he had lost? It all came down to one thing. Trojan had to return to her place, to the source of her power. She was ready for anything, even to remove Robert. But Lily was already rushing to help. Like lightning through a storm, Trojan swung her hand sharply, and a dark command swirled in the air. Delete. A powerful impulse of force cut through the space and hit Lily. She lay in Robert's arms, powerless and wounded, like a fragile bird just emerging from a storm. Memories flashed through her mind. Her plan was to bring Aster back to power. When she saw Robert, she was sure that he would quickly heal the administrator. Her plan was to get close to him and use him to further her plans. She voluntarily submitted to removal, realizing that she needed Robert more than her own freedom. The hero shouted at Trojan, breaking the silence. He could not understand why she was striving for even greater power when she already possessed such a degree of destruction. She changed. She refused to remove Robert and said that he was the one who could save the girl. She disappeared, leaving behind only a trail of unanswered questions that now tormented Robert. The hero remembered how Trojan spoke about a system that could fulfill any desire, no matter how difficult it was. Robert was happy. He had the strength to carry out any commands. He was preparing a plan to save Lily. Having activated the delete command, Robert was transported into space. Now it was much easier for him, because he had become stronger. He found Lily, wounded but still alive. Finally, Robert woke up from her voice. The hug was silent proof that Lily was back. The warmth of her body eased the pain. There is mistrust in Robert's gaze. Before him is a living being, not a shadow, not a memory. From her lips, peace. She is okay. She survived. She walked through the darkness. The world, which had crumbled like glass, suddenly came to life. But the peace lasted for a moment. A white dragon appeared in the sky. Its radiance penetrated reality. Robert couldn't believe his eyes. It was unreal. It was about to be erased. Confusion squeezed my chest. 3 years had passed. Memory was clouded. Consciousness was broken into fragments. Months and weeks had lost their meaning. Among the fragments of references is the dawn of Sirius. It shows the way again. This star once saved him. Now it leads to something significant. There was a bright glow in the air. His soul had responded. Lily was there. Robert remembers the reason for returning, to save her. Her image is in the heart. She gave a lot. Now everything is different. He will be the one who will pull her out of the darkness. The paws of monsters rise from below. The system reacts. It is perceived as an error, not part of reality. The program tries to throw him out, but he is not an ordinary player. His words become a command. He is the renewer, the heart of the system. The past flashed by. Mrs. Trojan believed he is the key to change. The darkness dissipated. Before him was a portal. Inside was an endless space. The voice coming from everywhere was the system. It woke him up. Her consciousness is temporary, but purposeful. Her task is support. Robert couldn't find an answer. He had once self-destructed. So why was he now living in the unknown? The system responded calmly. The choice was his. It gave him a chance. Administrative rights remain. They are not transferred. This is his power. Now he is able to restore those he lost. Although the risks are great, a warning appeared on the screen. Lily's recovery is an unpredictable process. Robert has no doubt. He agrees. The price is irrelevant. The red crystal lights up in his hands. The process begins. Lily is formed from light. Pixels are combined into a body. He reaches out his hand. She comes closer. The image becomes clearer. Her return is not surprising. It is freedom, his choice, his renewal. She is in his arms. Now, not a memory, but life. He has waited for this moment forever. And now she is real, near, forever. Robert held Arya in his arms. Her heart was beating fast. Was it an illusion? She was erased, disappeared. Is it possible to live again? Robert beamed with relief. Lily was back. The system had done it. A shimmering glow above them. The word restoration had a different weight. She was at a loss to guess whose voice was sounding in her mind. Who was pulling the strings of this game? The system responded to Robert, because he was the source of this power. He activated the update command and completely restored Lily. She looked at herself. Her body was unharmed, as if there had been no death. But inside, there was a glimmer of alarm. Such power was too dangerous. No one had ever survived such a challenge to the system. Suddenly, the silence was cut by the voice of the system. Due to overload, a reboot was beginning. Robert shook his head, feeling a little relieved, but his intuition told him this was just the beginning. Lily sighed softly, confirming his fears, but he laughed. His voice was challenging. He had one more thing to do. In his palms was the star of Sirius. Its radiance was as deep as space. The system warned, further use of force is critically dangerous. Robert has already broken the boundaries twice. His body lost its balance. Restoration of others became impossible. Her eyes filled with pain. But he only smiled, and without Sirius's help he wouldn't have saved her. In his hands, the star burst into flame. The fire was scarlet. The system screamed, "Stop!" But he ordered it, once more, for the last time. Command accepted, restoring Sirius. The force responded. A white dragon appeared in Lily's hands. This was restoration. This is the limit of a miracle, the limit of a human being, Lily whispered. Only Robert can heal the system. His body was burning, his face was empty. The system had cracked. He could no longer keep his balance. The consciousness of the slogan. Lily was calling him, screaming, but he did not hear. Robert lay like an empty shell, Lily on her knees next to him. There was a yellow, hellish glow all around, and a star fading in the sky. The system searched. The solution was found. He is no longer capable of healing. Recovery requires a full transfer of systemic power. Her voice became quieter. The data transfer procedure began. A bright light poured into Robert's body. Regeneration began. Time passed. Finally, he opened his eyes. She waited. Lily kept her gaze fixed on her. In her arms was a white dragon. He slept for a long time. The dome above him did not let in any light or thoughts. Robert had extraordinary power. The fire around him did not burn. It nourished. It created. He stood up. His eyes were shining. The time had come. He began to create, straight from the void, a new planet. The flames around pulsed red and gold. "This is the real power of Robert," Lily whispered. The system opened. All commands were unlocked. The world was changing right now. And it all started with him. With Robert. Robert's hand flared with light. A sword formed in his palm, sharp and heavy as the word of truth. He then focused on creating the cube, but returned to the blade again, feeling its power. This sword was much more powerful than the previous one, energy flowing from it in hot waves. Robert was surprised to notice that he did not feel any fatigue, even though he had already carried out dozens of commands. It's probably all because of the system that gave him excess power. Lily watched from close range, her eyes wide open. Sirius was silent, but his gaze was filled with respect. Even administrators usually needed vast resources to create high-level weapons. And Robert just thought, and materialized it. Power, without unnecessary words. Lily asked for the sword of submission. Robert briefly remembered his own removal, but silently agreed. The flame passed through the space, and before him appeared a new weapon, almost identical to the one she had lost many years ago. So he tried to preserve her memory, to maintain the connection of their hearts. After all, Robert forged bracelets for Sirius, artifacts that strengthened mana and provided strong protection. He managed to create a complete set with a precise balance of power. The team was getting ready to leave, but Robert's hair needed attention. Lily got down to business, deftly, confidently. And in just a minute, the guy looked completely different. Meanwhile, Sirius warned Robert, "Going to the Trojans is dangerous." But he did not hesitate. His gaze slid over Lila. Her clothes became combat-ready, her eyes determined. Robert took out the pendant that she had lost some time ago in the chaos of events. A red light cut through the space. They were ready to leave the desert. 3 years have passed. It's time to move on. The flames around them wavered, as if they were alive. And the heroes took the first step into a new reality. The dawn led them. Ahead lay a world, disfigured, but full of hope. Their movement did not end in peace. Eyes opened, and the world turned into a battlefield. Viruses roared all around. Monsters licked the ground with their black tongues. Fighting amidst the chaos were the players from the Griffin Guild, led by the steadfast Kevin. His gaze did not waver, but deep inside his soul there was a troubling premonition. One wrong decision, and the world would never be reborn. This was not a training session. This was the end. Memories of the old world weighed heavily on everyone who still knew how to dream. Once upon a time there was Robert's Tower, a symbol of peace and protection. Now everything had changed. Even the sky here was hostile. Among the wreckage of decisions, Kevin decided he needed to get to the village of Erdzga. There were still operators there, and most importantly, the firewall. The chance is slim, but for the living in war, it is a luxury. The team was in a hurry, but the heart sank for the others who did not manage to escape. Someone is still fighting there, in the depths of silent hell. Kevin guessed worse. Maybe the Griffins were the only ones left alive. So there was no time to waste. Every second was someone's life. But the road ahead was interrupted by a nightmare. A freak with an ugly smile appeared out of thin air. His eyes glowed with madness. His flesh trembled like a haze of rotten code. Death reached out to them. But the Griffin was not one to go down without a fight. Kevin raised his sword. He was the first to charge. His team followed. Unity became their shield. The battlefield shook. Words disappeared, leaving only the clang of steel and a scream. At the moment when all seemed lost, a shadow fell from the sky. Not hostile, but dawn. The Greys and Jake rushed like lightning. They cut through the air, ripping players from the jaws of monsters. The players froze in confusion. Who were these strangers? Why were they fighting over them? But the answers came quickly. They were the operators, and they were on their side. Kevin breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, a ray of hope. But the sky was still ablaze with viral flames. The threat had not gone away. The operators searched for explanations, but the truth was worse than guesswork. This wasn't just a virus. It was a monster. It was this that destroyed the supply team. The virus was destroying everything around. Fury was everywhere. Gray shuddered at the power of this creature. Her mind was already drawing up a strategy. It could not be destroyed, only weakened. Time was short. They began their attack. Each attack was like a shot into the void, but over time, the evil weakened. The battle was grueling, but the flame of victory was already flickering on the horizon. Players couldn't take their eyes off of this. These operators are like heroes from legends. But even this was not enough. The enemy was too strong. Doubt penetrated into hearts. Maybe it cannot be overcome. And then, like a thunderclap, the sky was torn apart by an even more powerful flash. In one movement, the monster was erased. The battlefield froze. On a stone, flooded with light, stood a man. His gaze was cold. His posture was unwavering. The fire retreated before him. It was him, Robert, the protector everyone had forgotten, and at the same time, the only hope of this world. The operators froze. The world that had just been burning seemed to go silent. Robert stood in the flames, alive, like an illusion, a dream, a deception. But he was real. He extended his hand, not like a hero, but like someone who didn't have time to say sorry. A glimmer of hope appeared in the operator's eyes. The protection they had lost was once again before them. Pieces of the past flashed through Kevin's mind. Their last conversation. Everything had seemed simple then. The world had not been torn apart by fear and viruses. Lily appeared from behind Robert, confident if surprised by the change, her gaze sliding over the faces of those she had taught to hold weapons. Sirius, a small white dragon, appeared over her shoulder, like the embodiment of peace. Gray rushed towards him as if everything around her ceased to exist. They were long. This was her family, her lost warmth. Although the dragon had changed his appearance, his soul remained unchanged. He was also happy. Happy that the Grays had grown up, became who she was meant to be. A familiar village was visible on the horizon, like fog, their home, Erzgebirge. But the calm couldn't hide the bitter truth. Ciri couldn't hide her shock. Robert had actually deleted himself for them. This decision was a risk. He could no longer exist. Kevin silently recalled the moments of struggle, strategy, loss. He was grateful that Robert had returned. But something had changed. His power was different. Not playful. Something more. A feeling of unease settled in Kevin's heart. Players were selected by the system. Their status was always higher than NPCs. Among the players, there were those who sought only power and wealth. But Robert was not one of them. Fast-growing players automatically became operators, guardians of the digital balance. The world had changed. Where once there had been order, now only the flames of chaos raged. The system was gone. The firewall no longer protected. Only those who stood firm remained. Something had to be done, and evil had to be driven out of the world. Ciri started to fill Robert in on the situation. This wasn't just a glitch anymore. This was the core, the heart of destruction, self-aware evil. 3 years ago, colossal changes occurred. All the creatures were released and began to create chaos. The cities, large and fortified, barely held out. But beyond the walls, there was only death. Where the virus had entered, there was only emptiness. Conventional weapons became powerless. Commands did not work. Everything lost its effectiveness. 5 guilds withstood the blow. The guardians of the system remained loyal to the players. They continued to fight, albeit without instructions. The common people survived, protected by a firewall that still held up locally. The resources worked. The teams responded. But the line was thin. Mia, one of the key figures in the defense, managed to organize everything competently. Robert approached the village. It looked like a fortress, fortified and cold. The walls, like granite armor, held back the evil outside. But the calm was awakened by screams. An alarm signal. The operators are already on combat alert. They thought they were false shadows, viral illusions that had the face of Sira. Her teleportation skills were rare and dangerous in enemy hands. She came out from behind the gate. Mia. There was steel and fear in her gaze, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye when she saw a familiar face. Lily, her sister, alive, among the teams, among new hope. The gates opened with a dull thud. Mia had commanded, and the village had obeyed. The crowd parted in panic. Their eyes were full of distrust and fear. People were whispering. Their aura, different, too strong for those from outside. Robert stepped into the village. Lily, Ciri, Jake, Sirius. Family. Mia threw herself into Lily's arms. People were shocked. It was the first time they saw her in such a role. The streets were new, but strange. Robert didn't recognize the village he had once defended. 3 years had passed. Too long to remain the same. The number of people was astonishing, but there were far fewer players. Survival became the main thing. Not battle, not glory, only life. There were mountains of protective items on the market, but the face lost its shine. Mia continued to hug Lily. The laughter flowed like water. For the first time in years, She was happy. Really. The joy of Robert's return filled the space. A girl, Helen, saw him in the crowd. He had once saved her. She fell into his arms, unable to hold back her tears. The heart of the settlement melted. Henry, now a young man, came up behind her. But everyone froze when they saw Sirius. Tears flowed. Emotions burst out beyond the silence. But amidst his joy, Robert remembered Theo. Mia understood his look. She led him to the tower where Theo remained. The room was dim, but whole, as if time had stopped here. Theo did not move. His body could not move, but it was alive. And that was already a miracle. It was surprising that the tower was intact. Theo kept his word about protection. Once upon a time, the village was teeming with viruses. Demonic creatures tore everything around. Theo directed his main forces to eliminate evil. He led the troops out, held back the invasion with his own forces. He crossed all the limits. He spent everything to save them. When his strength left him, the operators erected shields to hold the line. Thanks to Theo, the village got a second chance. That's why Mia asked for help for their protector. Robert approached him. He held out his hand. Power pulsed in it. Red light filled the space. The air thickened. Vibrations, like a call. This was not just a healing process. This was an act of remembrance and retribution. For the sacrifice. For loyalty. For every step protected. Theo woke up. Slowly. Painfully. But alive. His body was exhausted, but his spirit was unbreakable. The years of waiting, the pain and loneliness were all behind him now. He had done everything he had promised. He had saved the village. He had saved the people. The world around had been burning for a long time. Everything had disappeared except this fortress. The viruses gave no rest. The attacks were endless. Robert's wall held, but his strength was waning. Mia, Jake, and Siri held the barrier as best they could, but the cracks were growing. Theo saw everything, and he decided. It was time for a radical step. He enlarged the wall. He put himself into it. All the remaining life force. Paid dearly, but achieved the impossible. The monsters retreated. The barrier became indestructible. Hope returned. The village sighed, if only for a moment. But that breath had the weight of eternity. Viruses began to be removed at the speed of light. Theo stayed inside, alone, and waited. He believed Robert will return, for he always keeps his word. When the familiar aura appeared in the room, Theodore's heart trembled. The hero came to heal Theodore. Their gaze met. Without words. 3 years of waiting in it. Robert touched his forehead. The glow passed over Theo's body like a song of spring. Theodore finally waited for his return. He always believed that he would appear again. The operators were back in action. Joy was in the air. Theo talked about how the renovated wall kept all the evil out. The wall was glowing, with living energy. It was breathing protection. The symbiosis was perfect. Robert gave strength. The operators gave freedom. He understood that the moderator does not decide everything. The system needed people. That's why Robert called Mia, to speak without ceremony. He invited her to officially join the ranks of operators. It was a logical step. Mia agreed, although she looked annoyed. But that's not the point. After a 3-year absence, it's time to catch up. The past had to be left behind. Spring was coming, and with it, the spring cleanup. It was time to bring peace back. On the horizon, the village of Erzge shone dimly, in a protective dome. But a shadow was creeping nearby. The smell of hostility was thickening. The viruses were preparing an attack. All evil spirits gathered under the banners of evil. The clones lined up. Their eyes did not shine. They burned with hatred. This was not just an attack, a show of force. They wanted to be remembered. Like ashes, remember fire. The players stood up to defend themselves, but the forces were unequal. The viruses were fast, insensitive to pain, like ghosts. The enemy didn't even make an effort. Everything seemed too easy to him. The ground shook with their footsteps. The air flared with white anger. One of the swords shattered. The player froze, in fear and despair. But the weapon was sacred, old, battle-hardened, and the virus only touched it, and the blade crumbled into dust. The evil moved towards the village dome. But the firewall held back the pressure. And then Gray appeared from the sky like a comet. An aura of hatred blazed around her. Her gaze was sharp as steel. Her strength grew. Robert made an effort, and her spirit became indestructible. She was no longer a child. She was hardened by loss, strengthened by pain. But to the viruses she still seemed weak. Just a girl. And then Siri activated the skill, Delete. Blue light pierced the virus like lightning. Its flesh dissolved. A moment, and the enemy was gone, like a ghost in a ray of sunlight. People couldn't believe their eyes. The fear that had tormented them for years disappeared in a second. The Greys remained standing, silent and steadfast, like a shadow from a storm. The survivors were carried to shelter. The wounds healed, albeit slowly. But there was no time. She went on reconnaissance to places burning with evil spirits. Operators carried out virus cleansing in other villages as well. Mia also helped to cleanse the remnants of evil from everywhere. The fire of purification was blazing. Viruses were smoldering like autumn leaves. One by one, the villages were cleared. The evil spirits disappeared quickly. The cleanup is complete. Everyone has breathed a sigh of relief. But it's not time to celebrate yet. The gate loomed black on the horizon. Like a wound between worlds, they had to be closed. Forever. For the poison of the unclean was seeping out, invisible, deadly. Voices were heard in the darkness. Viruses were whispering, building something. The tumor of evil was taking shape. The plan was growing in silence. But then, light. Hot. Red. It tore apart the space, turned the darkness to dust. Molecules crumbled into flames. The gates shook. It was Robert. And when he came, evil had no chance. The viruses couldn't believe what they saw. To them, Robert was just weak, stupid, and completely unnecessary for his rank. "He's digging a hole for himself," they hissed mockingly, watching his every step. But their confidence vanished as the evil ones retreated in fear. The main evil ordered to destroy Robert, no matter what. But as soon as the order was given, the hero stopped their actions. The viruses that were rushing to attack suddenly froze in front of the hero, like stone statues. They were bound by an invisible force of fear. This was a skill that only an administrator could possess, which was why the evil was even more stunned. Robert then activated the compression command, the final blow to punish the attackers once and for all. The aura absorbed the bodies of the viruses. They disappeared into the Red Sea of code, forever, without a chance to recover. Next, eternal removal. The flames of fire erased even traces. Ashes slowly fell to the ground. Death was silent, but irrevocable. The voice cut through the silence. The main virus was still alive. His words were angry, tense. He did not acknowledge Robert's power. He showed disrespect for the hero and sought to put him in his place. He rushed into the attack with anger. Waves of aggression followed. But Robert is a tough nut to crack, and the virus was no match for him. Evil continued its attacks one after another. With the thought of victory, he tried time stop again. It didn't work. The evil was persistent. This is not a clone. This is not a copy. This is a real mutant, the embodiment of a virus. The main evil was resistant to the system, so the commands did not work on it. At first he was a simple player who caught a viral poison. He was reborn and began to fight against the system. This is to his liking. The virus grew over the years. It grew stronger with each passing moment. It was proud of its power. It wanted to erase Erdska, and then the entire world. He was proud of his strength, which exceeded that of high-ranking viruses. The virus dreamed passionately of fame. His tentacles dug into Robert's body. Darkness shook the sky again. But this did not last long. The hero knew how to deal with such freaks. He was engulfed in red fire again, using the chain command. Fiery chains tore the space. The darkness shuddered. The enemy was torn apart from within. Evil screamed. But there was no strength to resist. Robert was fed up with this empty talk of the virus. Robert turned on the destruction. The fire grew stronger and stronger, and the evil spirits disappeared, with no chance of returning. Some of the viruses combed the area like dogs that had lost their scent. The global cleansing continued. They were driven by thirst, not just by power but by blood. The blood of Trojans. Traitors must be erased. And then the impossible happened. She was standing right in front of them. Operator Selena was ahead of them. The sword, the same legendary blade, was in her hands, and she used it without hesitation. Her movements were precise. Her attacks were instantaneous. She fought like a master. The clones scattered, not in battle but in panic. The information had to be conveyed to the main one. This was no longer a normal mission. This was threatening. Selena was left alone, in complete silence, among the rubble and ashes. And she didn't want to fight anymore. But a scream cut through the desert. The master virus came to life. His eyes flashed with doubt. Who was it that could destroy him with one blow? Robert raised evil to the top by declaring it his aura. Robert came out of the shadows and raised an evil as if playing with fire. And here is the virus's chance. It has launched its strongest attack. With a smile on its lips, evil wanted victory. Once again, a black aura hung in the sky. But Robert is not one of those people who seem like he is. He will put an end to this freak. The sword flashed. It cut through the darkness. The virus wept. His blood is defeat. For the first time, it was incredible. The weapon obeyed Robert. But he didn't want the virus's body to simply dissolve. It needed to be returned to its pre-human status. He used the update command. Atom by atom, the human silhouette came to life. But something went wrong. The form broke again. The entity has returned to its viral state. Robert needed more information about the situation. Lily warned. Trouble is near, and it is inevitable. She is the antivirus. She is its guard, and anyone who gets in the way will be eliminated. They moved back. There was nothing left to cleanse, only ash and silence, and more questions ahead. The viruses gathered in a circle among the remains of the burnt base. There was talk of deletion. Someone grumbled that it was the operators who did it. They said he was just a weakling, not ready for a confrontation. The silence was broken by a cold shimmer. Regan, the head of the clan, emerged from the darkness, his silhouette pulsating with black energy. He was interested in one particular guy, the one who had come to him before. Strange, like a glitch in the code. Regan frowned. What made him go to Erdska? This sector is armored. Everything there is under lock and key. The problem was the operators and the girl named Mia. But the most dangerous was Theo, a top-ranking guard. His blows were striking, like system killers that cut out entire clusters without a sound, without a chance. The young viruses acted recklessly. It was suicide. They were torn apart, erased, destroyed. The new plan involved using the power of the worm, a creature that had long since fallen out of control. No one could find him. He disappeared, becoming the shadow of a possessed person, masterfully changing his face and traces. Suddenly, the horizon flared up. The E-virus appeared on the horizon. Hostility pulsated in her eyes. She listened silently, but her gaze spoke for itself. These conversations no longer interested her. She thought they were weaklings, and she didn't hide it. She just turned around and left. The clones couldn't stand it. They blocked her path. They didn't care who she was. They would have to pay for their neglect. And then Regan himself came out, rage boiling inside him. He made her repeat what she had said to her face. The E-virus was the strongest among them all. She didn't even blink. Her blow was fast, clean. Regan fell as if he was switched off. Without further ado, she moved on, along with the F-virus, heading towards the children. They disappeared a second later, vanishing into thin air, leaving behind a crackle of data. Meanwhile, laughter could be heard in the village of Erzka. Helen and Henry were running between the trees, playing as if the war had never happened. The girl looked at the horizon, smiling, through violet. The new girl Henry had taken a liking to. They approached her, dragging her by the hands. They asked how long she had been waiting for them. Violet smiled genuinely. Her presence filled the space with warmth. The children huddled closer. There was a rare atmosphere in Erzga, a pleasant chaos, as if life itself had awakened again. And suddenly, a message appeared on all screens at once. But this time, a video, not text. In the background is Robert. Behind him are the cameramen. And among them is Theo, like a shadow from the future. This was the first live announcement. Robert announced directly. From now on, he was the administrator. His gaze was hard, decisive. He confirmed that all viruses had been destroyed. The city is now under protection, but he emphasized that this is only temporary. They will return. Going out without a guard is a mortal risk, and this is not an exaggeration. His goal is to restore all the destroyed bases, to create a new structure. But he needs people. Anyone can become an operator. There is a chance, but Robert will select only those who are really worth it. A new function has appeared. Free. Even prisoners can join the system, change themselves. After that, everyone will be under secret protection. The new core of the system erases the boundaries. There is no longer a division between NPCs and players. The choice is now made by people themselves. Operators are the best hope. They are the sword and shield of the new world. The central square of Erzka was seething with a crowd. Hundreds of people had gathered to try themselves in a new role. The first participants had already changed their status. Free, the sparkle of new freedom shone in their eyes. But not everyone was convinced. Some stood aside, doubting whether the change was worth the loss of the old man. A powerful flash of chaos engulfed the crowd. Arguments cut through the air like sharp waves. Robert was accused of being an even worse administrator than the previous one. Changing his status meant losing privileges, and this irritated many, especially the older players. The squabble escalated, words flying like knives. NPCs were nothing to them, lower echelon. But the free did not listen. They went forward despite the disdain. New status means new battles. And already 90% of the inhabitants of Erzga became free. The city changed. There was no more division. Against the backdrop of general tension, she appeared, Mia, quiet, determined, with a new operator status. She didn't seek fame. Its purpose is to register those wishing to apply for the position of operator. Mia didn't care whether they were strong or weak. The test would decide everything. Only skills mattered. But the peaceful gathering was suddenly interrupted. A gang of rankers appeared from the shadows. Their intentions were unclear, but the people greeted them as heroes. They had been standing in defense for a long time. Even the operators respected them. So it was worth raising their status. They were something more. Mia finished her business and was returning. Following her were the newcomers, including 5 rankers. Robert watched in silence. Raising the ranker's status could change the balance of power in the system. Suddenly, Isaac stepped forward, his face calm but his eyes blazing. He didn't want to take the test. Their body, their souls had already been through the war. They had their own hatred. Isaac considered himself stronger than the local operators. Their guilds already had authority and power. But Lily didn't agree. She didn't look away. Robert hadn't chosen the operators by chance. Her words were clear. They screamed that Lily just wanted attention, that she was covering up her ambitions with false loyalty. But Isaac was disgusted by it. The quarrels, the arrogance, the division, and then Mia stepped in. Her words were precise, cold, without a hint of emotion. A moment of silence. Their eyes met. Tension hung in the air, just before the storm. One of the rankers lay motionless, like a snowball, humiliatingly nailed to the ground. Mia stood there, enveloped in flames, her eyes ablaze with warning. She would not tolerate disorder. Her outburst was lightning fast, as precise as a sentence. But she still held back from the final blow. The crowd was shocked. The usual quiet girl turned out to be an unyielding force of nature. Lily ran up. Only her hugs could calm the fire in Mia's soul. People were whispering, "Who is this girl with blue hair? The cameraman? A random heroine?" But the silence did not last long. Robert entered the space, carrying with him the shadow of order. His appearance seemed to erase the chaos. Eyes turned to the source of the superhuman aura. His presence was solid, like a system code. No exceptions, not even for rankers. Everyone is equal, and so everyone will have to pass the test. No privileges, no labels. To prove fairness, even Siri and Jake, the experienced ones, must also prove their strength. But Isaac will have a reward. If he wins, he will receive an exclusive administrator weapon. It was the Sword of Rift, a legendary artifact forged in the very core of the system's core. Before the players had time to rivet, the reality around them changed. Transfer to a new location. Robert then began to explain the details of the test. Robert spoke quickly, clearly. Location Vanson, outside the protection. The area is full of threats. Monsters, viruses, animals. This place was evil, gathered in stones, fogs, and darkness. Mission: clear everything. Return Vanson to the safe zone for civilians. Robert didn't specify how. The methods, the style, even the allies were the player's choice. The main thing was to survive and complete the mission. This was a real test, not a simulation. Panic was growing. Vanson was scaring. Rumors of death, cruelty, and viral poison. Players were shouting, arguing. "The administrator is crazy. It's a trap. We're going to die." Robert looked calmly. Whoever couldn't stand it could go through the portal. Without shame. And many really did leave. Suddenly, without words. They simply dissolved. Fear won. But most remained. Robert smiled. That was what he wanted to see. Selection. Their determination would be rewarded. Both life and honor would remain safe. He guaranteed it. Mia and Lily remained close by, alert as sensors, ready to analyze every movement. A weapon hung in the air. An artifact of the administrator, who was supposed to be the judge in the battle. This weapon was honest. It equalized the powers of people with viruses. The time had come. This was the chance. Revenge, purification, a new beginning, all in one leap. The horde of players moved forward, step by step, into the darkness where death lay in wait. Not everyone liked the idea. Before, only a select few fought viruses, Siri, Jake. But now, being an operator is not a desire. It's a battle-proven value. 3 years ago, Fear destroyed people's freedom. Viruses have ingrained terror. But now it's time to drive out fear with a wedge. A battle. The players moved forward like an avalanche, the new weapon an extension of their will. The viruses fell one after another, burning in the light of the force strikes. The firewall protected them. The poison of malice does not penetrate into consciousness. This gave them an advantage. The resistance was fading. Every movement of the players was like the rhythm of a battle dance. They were going to war, but with a gleam in their eyes. They didn't need treasures, just recognition, just a title, just the word, operator. For every virus that loses, there are points. For every risk, there is a chance to go down in history. The battlefield was filled with petrified remains, like monuments to the greatness of human fury. But glory divides, and here comes betrayal. The Griffin Guild went for broke, attacked other guilds to snatch leadership for themselves. They saw no allies, only competitors. Even those who had fought alongside them just a second ago were overthrown. Therefore, fear had to be eradicated and become even stronger. So the players continued to fight against evil. And yet there was a plan. The warriors kept their cool and conserved their energy. And then, in the distance, on the horizon, appeared the source of the virus. The earth shook. An ear of corn emerged into the light. A distorted body with many eyes and tentacles, each one a virus itself. Panic. A shell of fear covered everyone. This was not what they were prepared for. The hive buzzed like bees before a sting. New types of viruses poured out, each more powerful than the last. This evil has taken hold of everyone. It is more powerful than them. The forces are fading. Two guard angels, Siri and James, came to the rescue. The situation was taken under strict control. Robert watched silently. Lily was next to him, her eyes analytical and cold. Above them, a white dragon, a symbol of their observation, a symbol of their unbreakable will. They were aiming to choose someone to join the ranks of operators. Robert's gaze fell on Isaac. Leader, charisma, power. An operator like this would change the course of the war. But the choice has not been made yet. There are others, not brilliant, but living. The silence was broken by a call from Mia. She had information that could turn the tide of the battle. There was danger on the battlefield. Even Robert's strength might not be enough to overcome it. Mia flew off to destroy the abomination alone. She moved into the very heart of the twisted hive. This thing was changing. She felt threatened. Her body had taken on a hybrid form mixed with human. The eyes, human. The smile, familiar. It was someone they knew, but no longer human. A worm. Siri and Jake cut through the crowd of monsters with the sword of justice. Even though they were gigantic, they dealt with them as easily as a shadow. The players just watched. One swing was enough for the monster to crumble to dust. But these creatures are not just viruses. They have been infected with demons. Twisted, scary, dangerous. Isaac admitted his defeat. What he said before was just empty talk. After all, opponents are different, and you need to have certain information to overcome them. He admitted, Siri and Jake are real operators, and there is no need to compete with them. You need to learn, absorb experience, because that is the only way to be one step ahead. And survive. Meanwhile, the players were thinking about how to destroy the core of evil. Without it, Vanson would breathe freely. The mutating virus broke all laws. It could not be stopped by conventional means. We had to prepare. And then she appeared. Mia. She felt, danger is very close. This was something else. Powerful. February. Dark. A new mutation before her. It pulsed with power and menace. Mia planned to observe this creature for now, but the account was familiar to her. She had met it somewhere. Without wasting a second, she rushed into battle, before he destroyed someone else. The freak is not just strong, but also cunning. He started his move with the block command. It is necessary to weaken the enemy before something bigger. The fight continued. Different commands were used. Mia threw a fireball at him. The taste of victory touched her lips. Then more, and more. The bullets were burning. They were filled with hatred for everything dark, and he responded. His commands were precise, abrupt. Mia was losing strength. In his hands is the power of destruction. One blow, and that's it. He played to exhaustion. He didn't give her a moment to breathe. My friends called to find out the situation, but unfortunately, it was critical. Help was needed, but she refused help, her eyes filled with rage and malice. Mia acted decisively to destroy this creature. He is not a problem for her. It will just take a little more time. Smoke filled the space. The operators no longer saw her. They rushed to help. She almost won the battle, but when she saw the face of the enemy, she lost the power of speech. It was Dyke, her former operator. The fight continued, longer than ever. This meant only one thing. The opponent was very strong. The arena was burning with speed. The movements were lightning fast. The eyes couldn't keep up. Fire, bruises, energy. This wasn't just a fight. This was a real camera duel. Force against force. Strategy against experience. Mia tried to see signs of defeat, but all in vain. The enemy was invincible. Something was wrong. It was as if Dyke was being controlled. Mechanically. Like a puppet. His movements were precise, but empty. His behavior was unusual. He was no longer himself. Mia wanted to wake him up with all her might. He was her ex-friend, after all, not her rival. Dyke was a former ranker, and skillfully fought with various scoundrels. He even deliberately fell into traps. But every time, victory. He was bored. Too easy. As a ranker, he got everything. Levels, trophies, respect. But not peace. To forget the past, he threw himself into battle. One after another. Without content. Just to drown out the memories. But the boredom did not go away. It was oppressive. It was consuming me from the inside. Mia appeared on the horizon. She wondered how he was still holding on. After all, his karma was almost exhausted. She angered him just by being there. He took out his weapon. He wanted to destroy her. But suddenly, a knockout. He was lying down, and Mia stayed nearby, as a friend. Her goal wasn't to kill. It was to remind him. He's gone too far. Players are complaining. His fights are a drag on the development of others. He didn't believe it. In front of him was the cameraman, Mia, and she was here, in battle. But there was no malice, even when she confiscated his equipment. He took it calmly. He was interested in meeting her again. He was very interested in operators. The fight with Mia gave him real pleasure, and he wanted to repeat it again. But the Hydra Guild laughed. He was cleared by the operator. Shame. Players offered him revenge, resources, support, weapons. But Dyke realized Hydra had become his weakness. They stole, rotted, and lowered karma. He made a choice. He announced he is leaving the guild. Handed over leadership to Douglas. But Douglas didn't take it. He stood up and quarreled in a rage that he was a parasite who only reaped the fruits of labor. But that didn't stop Dyke. Mia was back in his thoughts. Now he was making a plan to meet her. Again. Differently. There were two bodies lying in the background. They were the cameramen. For Dyke, this was even good. He was waiting for them. And two cameramen are better than one. His voice was firm, decisive. He was once again seeking to duel Mia. He challenged her, openly, without fear. This time, it would be tougher. Dyke was going to give it his all, squeeze everything he had out of himself. Anything to win. But Selena screamed. She reproached him for his rudeness. Mia had gone through a difficult path, and he met her with force. Mia was shocked. Didn't he still understand? If he wanted to fight again, she would accept the challenge and prove once again who was the boss here. And then, one blow. Dyke lost again, incredibly quickly. The disappointment was eating away. He had given it his all. He had set up PvP, calibrated, prepared, and all for nothing. He was destroyed again, self-esteem shattered. He knelt before Mia, begged for mercy. But at the same time, he didn't care anymore. Let the higher power decide. He couldn't fight anymore. But instead of punishment, he got an offer. Become a cameraman. Mia saw him not as an enemy, but as potential. He was stubborn, and that was what won her over. And when he said he was giving himself over to her will, she made her decision. The system was short of personnel. It was profitable. But there was a problem. His karma. It was very low. So they went to town, and Dyke began to hand out presents. But anger was boiling inside him. There were guards behind him, watching his every step. No room for error. Everything was going according to plan. But something was wrong. Karma was going down. More and more. It was annoying. Very annoying. The operator didn't understand. Why? There is no such thing. And here Deke stands before the moderator. His eyes are empty. His mind is empty. Looking back, he realizes his worldview was narrow. He believed that strength was the only way, that winning was the only way to survive. He chose the path of a fist since childhood, and he pursued only power. But now, everything is different. Mia changed his world, opened his eyes, and he asked her, if he strays again, let her give him a thrashing, a hard one that will bring him to his senses. Mia just smiled. She would do it without question, and she would do it if necessary. She was still on the battlefield. Her only wish was to break the hypnosis, to bring back Dake. The opponent was strong. He acted quickly. He used a lot of skills. Mia barely had time to defend herself. Fiery explosions tore through the air. People retreated in panic. The threat was too great. Mia didn't know what blow to strike. What would make him wake up? The forces were equal. The duel was approaching its limit. But would the mind, not the body, win? Darkness spread across the field, leaving behind ash and dead air. Mia stood in the rubble, her breathing heavy, her eyes unfocused. The enemy's body lay nearby. It no longer moved, but something still breathed inside. People rushed to look for Mia. She was sitting on the ground with the enemy's body. She wanted to wake him up. This wasn't just a body. This was Dake, a former ally, a former friend. He had been changed. Inside was another being, infected with dark magic. The virus was just a shell. The real threat lived deeper, in the mind. The crowd fell silent. Everyone looked at her, waiting for the verdict. But she didn't give it. The players, the operators, everyone asked who it was. Her answer was short and harsh. It was also an operator. However, there was no long pause. A new evil thrust its horizon. Viruses, hundreds, thousands. The command to prepare for battle was given. Every bastard had to be destroyed. And then Lily stepped onto the field. Her presence cut through the space. The sky darkened. The charge hummed in the air. In her hand, a weapon glowing with elemental energy. She led the advent. The thunderstorm team summoned lightning. The sky split. Explosions tore the air. Viruses fell by the dozens. People were delighted. The viruses were buzzing like flies. One team destroyed more than 1,000 scumbags. But the test was not over. The system registered the remaining danger. We must continue to fight. The last one to lay a hand on the enemy was Mia. She skillfully finished them off. Mia returned to Dyke. He showed no signs of life, but he could be saved. She turned to the administrator. He thought about how to help him. After all viruses have nuclei, but this was something stronger and more powerful. It wasn't a virus. It was mind control. Someone was holding him from the inside. Robert concentrated, his aura unfolding, breaking the invisible chains of control. He raised his sword, its energy filling the space, cleansing the infected heart. The shadow began to fade. Dyke's consciousness returned. His eyes opened. He saw Mia. Her silhouette seemed unearthly. She was still holding on, but the marks of the battle could not be hidden. Her pain was real. The memories came back to him with icy pain. He realized that he had brought her suffering. She screamed at him. After all, the virus that lived in him brought her a lot of pain. Mia kept her promise. She brought Dyke back to the right path. His face filled with happiness. Dyke was free again. The controller was losing access. Douglas's plan was foiled. The doll tore out the ropes. The monster created in the darkness became uncontrollable and no longer served anyone. Robert began to rebuild the city. Pixel by pixel, bit by bit, the city began to come to life again. It seemed as if Vanson was being born a second time. Fired, cleansed, renewed. The threat was gone. The air was calm for the first time in a long time. People breathed a sigh of relief. Streets that had recently been in ruins were healing. Robert's ability to restore was something majestic. It wasn't just a power, it was a creation that could restore hope. The administrator announced the end of the test. Everyone was involved. Each player contributed. The restored city is their common victory. Security appeared at the new locations, vigilant and silent. The portal was also subject to restoration. Now it will be available for public use. This will simplify communication between regions. No more delays. Robert had completed the selection of new operators. All that was left was to inform the players which of them had passed the test. The first to be chosen were Siri and Jake. Their endurance was undeniable. Then he named the 5 rankers, the elite of the battle, who had shown themselves to be brilliant. Among them was Kevin. His methodical cleaning amazed everyone. Confidence, precision, control. He knew his business. Separately, Robert introduced another name, a former cameraman. It was Deke. His return was a surprise, but not without reason. The administrator thanked everyone for their participation. However, he warned, it is too early to relax. The viruses have not completely disappeared yet. There may be more of them. They may be stronger. In gratitude, everyone received a reward. Finally, peace. Time to rest, to drink, to catch my breath. But Robert gathered the operators separately. Their future is confidential. From now on, silence and orders, no publicity. They promised to provide details of the tasks later. Instructions, separately. Each step of the operators must be thought out. And confidential. Lily approached Dake. There was concern in her eyes. She asked about her brother, about Astor, with whom she had lost contact long ago. Dyke didn't know much, but the main thing was that he was alive. He hadn't been deleted, and the rest weren't that important. The boy's memories flashed back to the past. 3 years ago, virus attack, ambush, Till, admin. They almost didn't reach their goal, and then she appeared. The white-haired Lady Procyon. Her power stopped time. Evil froze, as if paralyzed. Everything was sucked into the bubble, like a vacuum. The viruses were silent, gone, destroyed not by the sword, but by the purity of her presence. That day was etched in Deke's memory. It was the first time he began to doubt his path. Procyon didn't give up. She wanted to save Aster, even at the cost of her own peace. The viruses wouldn't let go. They kept him in the shadows, like a prisoner between worlds. Aster was stolen from under his nose, right on the battlefield, brazenly, without warning. Marizota was wounded. He ran away, limping, leaving a trail of dark energy behind him. The scar on his body is a sign of shame. Procyon did not let him go unpunished. However, the enemy's goal was achieved. Aster was taken to their lair, a cave deep in the subconscious, a place where consciousness dissolves. Dike told Lily this story. She listened silently, trying not to tremble. But one name knocked the wind out from under her feet. Beetlejuice. The war continued, but the victory was lost with every step. They had to retreat. The enemy forces were more powerful, more numerous, more ruthless. The worms tore apart the defense, but a new hope appeared, a temporary power granted by Procyon. Its light united the team. A new hunt began, the search for Aster. In the ashes of settlements, they found those who were no longer human. The aura of viruses flowed from their bodies, but these were former players. Something had gone wrong. Their power is alien, twisted, but terribly effective. Everything pointed to the Hydra, a guild that was once a symbol of brotherhood. Dake knew these halls. He had been there at the beginning, but everything had changed. Now the guild was a nest of treason. True evil hid here. Its path led to the gates of former allies. Suspicious peace all around. No destruction, no viruses. It looked too clean. A trap. And indeed, there was a fighter with unbridled strength among those present. One blow, and Dake fell through the floor. He was captured. They brought him to Douglas. He sat there like a ruler of darkness. Despite his loss of status, he had access to the system. Something was wrong. Dake had no choice. The power inside his body had awakened. His consciousness had been transformed. His body was a tool of the enemy. He had become a puppet, a plaything in the hands of Hydra and their dark allies. After that, only black. The memories of evil remained. Impossible. The system was lying. Someone had broken it because of the name. The list was headed by scoundrels. A new plan was needed. This was more than just viruses. The Hydra has made an alliance with the Shadow. They have crossed the line from which they do not return. But then he appeared. Aster, himself, alone against the darkness. Without horror, without pity, with a conscious risk of being erased. His weapon became the power of the antivirus, left to him as a gift from the ex-moderator. One blow, and the opponents scattered like ashes in the wind. The air filled with ash. But Aster stood, alive, and the war was just beginning. Aster remained a target. The viruses did not retreat. They needed him, only alive. His energy threatened the entire network. They could not allow him to escape their control. 2 new agents were on the trail, their power surpassing that of the previous agents. As Betelgeuse continued to fail, the Lord grew impatient. Disappointment squeezed the space. There were many tasks, but few results. He decided to do it himself, for the first time in a long time, without intermediaries. At the same time, the operators celebrated the new weapon. It glowed with pure energy. Their hope grew stronger. Victory seemed close again. Lily returned to headquarters, documents and instructions in her hands. Her voice was harsh. She reminded him of duties and discipline. Robert noticed that without a moderator, the system was falling apart. Stabilization remained a priority. New portals opened every day. He moved first. The task was to close off another infected zone. Mia and Deke chose a different direction. They went deeper into the territory. Their goal was the cities outside Erzgebirge. New information was needed. As they left the safety zone, they were met with horror. Magical werewolves, disfigured by viruses, roamed the forest, their skin pulsing red, their eyes dead. After a long journey, Mia suggested a rest. The cave became a temporary shelter. She saw a flash of light. A battlefield shimmered on the horizon. An unknown fighter fought an entire horde. And it was Selena. She stood alone, against all, exhausted, but determined. The operators stopped. Their eyes froze. The past was still vivid in their memories. Selena had been a traitor. She had opened the portal from which the viruses had escaped. Her weakness had cost the system dearly. But now she stood on their side. Viruses played psychology. They didn't need to destroy. They wanted to receive. The sword of Trojan. Selena managed to steal it in the last battle. Now they came to take theirs. But she did not give up her position. Her movements were precise. But her strength melted with each blow. But Mia sighed. Her eyes blazed with determination. She moved forward, and Dyke followed. The decision had been made. Help had arrived. Hope had come with her. Selena found herself behind the cameramen. She was ordered not to interfere, but guilt still burned in her heart. She had to explain why she had opened the portal. What was in her head then? Fear? Weakness? Or something else? The answer was waiting. For the viruses, a new body is a chance to live. They were trying to escape from the shadow of Erzge. The plan was simple. Clean out all the operators. Leave the system blind. Their worms were transmitting data through clones, but something went wrong. They didn't know that part of them had escaped. It was a mistake, but it was too early to think about that. First, destroy the invaders. Viruses played tricks on humans. They were considered slow, ineffective. But the operators were not subject to emotions. The new model weapon broke through the defense. Only Aster had such power, but it was removed long ago. The fight did not last long. The darkness stirred. The elite were advancing. The elder viruses. Mia woke up. She was expecting a real fight. This was her field. Her eyes were burning with revenge. The blow had to be decisive, demonstrative. A crowd of scum filled the horizon. This was no longer an attack. This was a war. They blocked the connection. No moderator would hear the cry for help. Dyke sensed danger. There was no retreat. They were in enemy territory. The system was broken, but the core remained inaccessible. Something strong protected it. Mia fought desperately, experience and fire in every movement. The viruses used everything: daggers, explosions, energy projectiles. The tempo grew. The number of attacks reached its limit. The air crackled with tension. But suddenly, there were glitches. Their weapons started to lock up. Something was breaking the algorithm. The viruses panicked. The forces did not obey. The operators were different. They were not the same as 3 years ago. Their skills were honed, their arsenal upgraded. Every move was thought out. The aura around them changed. The opponents did not have time to adapt. They were destroyed with mathematical precision. And then one of the freaks grabbed Selena. Her hands froze. She squealed, but did not struggle. A worm crawled out of the darkness. Ugly, slimy, with eyes like 2 wastelands. It was unknown why it was here. Its presence broke the space around. Mia was already planning her revenge. Her body was shaking with anger. This creation was pure evil. Its attacks were devastating. He once saved Selena, but only for his own gain. The unification was to his advantage. But she did not submit. She did not become a puppet. And then the worm showed its true nature. It began to beat her without regret. Selena was thrown aside, coughing up blood and screaming in pain. Mia stood before her. Fire blazed in her eyes. She had unleashed all her skills. The time for mercy had passed. But the worm laughed. He felt no pain. He stood like granite. Each of her blows was swallowed by his flesh, as if he had no strength. It made me angry. Her attacks were useless, and he was unperturbed. And yet he finished Selena off. Her body hung like a puppet. He sucked the energy out of her. He did it with pleasure. But even in her helplessness, she was filled with hatred. She would not forget. The worm turned away. The battle was not the main thing for him. He had other plans, but he didn't have time. A moment fell from the sky. The earth shook. He didn't have time to look back. An iron fist was flying in his direction. It was Robert. His body was armored. His eyes were blazing with determination. He crushed the worm with a blow. The ground opened up beneath them. Mia continued to fight. A stream of fire tore through the air. A ring of flame wrapped around the worm, squeezing it from the inside. He didn't resist. He just smiled. Somehow, too calmly. And then others rushed into battle. Virus warriors appeared from all sides. Dyke threw lightning-fast daggers. They flew like meteors. The battlefield was shimmering with colors. Red, blue, ash. But the worm was stronger than it seemed. Its strength was not yet complete. It was holding itself back, putting on a show, a deadly dance for all. His weapon was of fabulous caliber. There was no escape from it. Mia fell. She was injured. She lost her balance. Her body was shaking. The bastard had infected her. Her system was cracking. The worm howled, in death ecstasy. He liked this ending. But the operators did not give up. They would not let the viruses win. And then, suddenly, Selena opened her eyes. Her gaze was blazing with black fury. She rushed forward. The last spark in her body came alive. She was eager for revenge. Her scream pierced the space. Everyone heard it. The worm looked back, and for the first time, he felt fear. Selena lay motionless, her body battered, her breathing ragged. She didn't understand why the operators were still standing there. Selene had betrayed them, released the evil, opened a portal. But Mia didn't leave her, and Dyke stayed close. It was touching. The worm couldn't stand it. It seemed absurd to him. She was a traitor, squared. Selena stood up, shaking, her eyes ablaze. She reached out to the portal. Trojan's sword was in her palm again. The former administrator warned, the power of the sword is one time, and the price for it is life. But it didn't matter now. He had nothing to lose. Selena plunged her sword into the worm's heart, without hesitation, without fear. He howled, not from pain, but from shock, something he hadn't expected. Selena looked into his empty eyes. She felt guilty. Her plan is simple: make evil pay. The sword's true power was revealed. The light of Trojan began to pulse around. He had nothing left to defend himself with. He was losing control. Selena was landing blow after blow, precisely, like clockwork. His screams erased the air. But no one was afraid anymore. The artifact blocked all his skills. The worm is an ordinary creature. She once trusted him, in the distant past, and paid dearly. Now he is just a fragment of the past, which must be destroyed. He called the army, but in vain. His team crumbled like ashes. This was the last dance, and someone had to fail. Selena was getting weaker. Every movement was hard. But she didn't stop. Sparks flew into the sky. Attack after attack. Wave after wave. They stood opposite each other. Two of them. The last round. And then everything stopped. Karma was reset. Flash. Explosion. Mia and Dyke fought their way through the chaos in search of Celine. The field was shaking, and somewhere ahead, in the center of the energy storm, she was burning. Her body was crumbling into tiny particles, as if dissolving into the air itself. Mia froze. Everything inside her turned over. If this continued any longer, there would be nothing left of Celine. But while one of them was clenching her fists, the other was already falling. Dyke was struck. The entity was ripping energy from him, sucking the last of his strength. His body was shaking as if connected to a poisoned system. Mia lunged forward, her blows hard, fiery, merciless. The stricken worm tried to hold on, but it was obvious that he was weak. The skills he had lost did not give him a chance to return to full form, but he still had a plan. His last wish was to infect Celine, not let him disappear peacefully. Bind her with the poison code, keep her in the system, destroy even death. Next, take control of the operators, subjugate, use. Mia could barely contain herself. She saw how this monster was drawn to Celine like a leech that never gets enough. And then Robert showed up. He pushed through the blocked paths, erasing all barriers. Messages did not get through. Coordinates did not update. But he left, and finally reached them. Celine was almost gone, her energy disintegrating into molecular ash. It was necessary to act immediately, but first of all, destroy all the trash. Robert had no doubt. His blows were like impulses of explosions. Viruses flew back, exploding in the air. This power was unknown to the enemies. Its level remained a mystery to them. The evil spirits understood that the core was broken, and the main entity was losing control. Robert walked forward, and with every step his strength grew. And then Lily came out of the shadows. The new weapon in her hands glowed with a steady, cold fire. The antivirus team began cleaning. Panic was spreading. The viruses couldn't hold out. Their code was being erased faster than it could adapt. Trojan's power could have changed the balance, but it was in Robert's hands. Their fear grew. Lily and Robert, the two pillars of stability, were destroying all that remained of the former viral dominance. Their power was unconditional. The sword slid through the worm's body, the blade cutting without mercy, destroying everything it created. His achievements, all his efforts, crumbled to dust. For her to be proud, to admit, to stay close. The worm was left alone. His obsession worshipped her like a goddess. Therefore, the virus was only a means. It was used as a temporary, cheap one. Her code went dormant. She was gone when she woke up. The worm lost its target. Now he focused on one thing: destroying Robert, the one Trojan had chosen. He felt like if Robert disappeared, everything would change. He would become the moderator. And then she would come back to him. The portal opened. The viruses escaped. The battle was exhausting, and there was no point in wasting energy on defeat. But Lily interrupted the flight. Her weapon glowed brightly, like a challenge. Vengeance pulsed through her. The worm did not retreat. Drawing weapons from the portal. Counterattack. The force was uneven. But there was still a chance, because Robert's exclusive weapon was in his hands, the one that was lost 3 years ago. When Robert deleted himself, he left it there, not suspecting that it would become decisive. The worm triumphed, demonstrated her power, mocked. This made Robert angry. The guy started shaking. He activated the delete command, but the command didn't work. Something went wrong. The cancel command was executed. This virus was extremely powerful. The systemic stability was shaken. He did not yet want completion. Revenge was still brewing within him. But Robert was not going to let the enemy go. The attacks rained down one after another. The virus turned everything against him. There was not enough strength. The teams fell apart like glass under pressure. He held a weapon that could solve everything with one blow. And he disappeared. The bright trace disappeared into the air. There was only silence and tension on the battlefield. Both knew that there would be a meeting. And next time, one of them would not return. Celine's childhood flashed through her mind. Bright, warm, filled with laughter. Her family was nearby. They had not yet known troubles. Against the backdrop of this piece, one face appeared. A girl, the boss, with torn clothes, defenseless and alone. The image wouldn't leave her head. Celine couldn't stand it. She went to visit the child without telling any of her relatives. But he was already gone. There was only silence in that place. She believed that everything would be fine with the girl. But the viruses attacked by surprise. The village was burning. Everything around was collapsing. Death and fear filled every corner. People screamed, ran, fell. Despair squeezed the throat. When Celine came to, all was already lost. Her parents died protecting her. The world broke. Then she went to the virus sector. All she felt was rage. There she saw a worm for the first time. She was offered to become an operator. In order to get closer to the enemy, she agreed. But it was at that moment that the worm revealed the truth to her. She dreamed of getting her family back. Celine became a virus operator. And again, I met that same girl. Mia became her friend. Their connection was sincere, real. But the worm reminded her that the mission was still ongoing. Celine understood that everything was not forever. Mia didn't want to be a cameraman anymore. She wanted freedom. Celine couldn't allow that. The plan had to be carried out. She tried to isolate her friend from the others. Then she opened a portal, and the vile creatures burst forth. Betelgeuse reminded him to keep an eye on Trojan and not let her get her sword. But when Trojan appeared, the city changed beyond recognition. So many lost souls. This is not what Celine wanted. The plan ruined everything. Only a moderator could change anything. The worm has come online again. He demanded the sword back. He said she was no longer needed. But she refused. The sword was hers. He must help to fulfill the promise. And then Aster appeared. He was waiting for her. But for some reason, Aster's appearance did not make Celine happy. Her chest was burning. She felt deceived. Memories of the past flared up like sparks. It was he, no one else, who was the reason for her parents' removal. Yes, the system needed to be cleansed. She lived among viruses as if in horror. She waited for him for years. The moderator who was supposed to change everything. Aster stood before her, silent, cold. He pretended not to understand anything. Celine raised her sword. Her heart was pounding with hatred. It was tearing at her nerves. But Aster didn't move. He knew her pain. He accepted it. She knew the truth, too. Knew that removal was the only way, even if they hated her. And then it all became clear. Restoration was impossible. Aster couldn't bring her family back. Everything the worm had said was a lie. The goal for which she destroyed so many lives turned out to be a ghost. Viruses. That's the real evil. Deceptive, poisonous. They took advantage of her pain. Aster had a burden too. His sins do not allow him to sleep peacefully. He wanted to pull out the root, destroy the source of lies, put an end to viruses. But he still had to answer for what he had done. But not now. Celine had her own mission. Revenge on the worm. That was what burned in her eyes. But this creature did not know defeat. She was tormented by one question: why the moderator had not yet returned to the system. The answer is simple. There was no firewall. Now, this was the most dangerous place. Viruses reigned here, and it was here that the worm's body was probably hiding. Trojan was also somewhere nearby. None of them lost anything. All of them had a reason to destroy the source of evil. But Selin's sword could only be used once. One thoughtless action, and all would be lost. She made a choice. She left. Aster followed Betelgeuse's orders. He asked himself, was this one trying? The virus sent out evil waves to take away Celine's weapon. But in vain. She even managed to wound him. Robert immediately began the healing process. He had to save her. And here they are, two friends, lying next to each other. One is wounded, the other is infected. The update is complete. But at that moment, Celine changed her mind. She didn't choose recovery. For Mia, it was better. She wanted her friend to be safe. The decision was made. Without pity. Without horror. Celine sacrificed herself. For love, since childhood, was stronger than revenge. Mia was on the edge. Anger was gnawing at her from within, and to ease the pain, she went to where the monsters lived. The lair was in chaos. Not a single one survived. Her anger was pure fire, and no one could stop this storm. Dyke tried to hold her back. After all, the cameraman hadn't known rest for a long time. She would simply burn out if she didn't stop. A new task lit up on the monitor. Theo had turned on extreme boss mode. And she didn't even hesitate. The bastards were flying to pieces. Each blow from her was like retribution for something deep and personal. Scenes from Celine played in Mia's mind. Conversations, her eyes, moments that could never be returned. She kept thinking about what had happened. Why had Celine chosen this path? Every encounter became a punishment. She punished herself for being weak, for not being able to save her. Robert and Lily tried to hold the girl, but she didn't hear. There was only pain in her eyes. She looked at the moderator in silence. A look that said everything. He could be saved. Hysteria was suffocating. Guilt was eating me up from the inside. If only it had been a little stronger. Robert began checking the system. Everything must be under control. Two artifacts hung in the air next to him, a sword and a star. Celine gave them to him before leaving. When Robert touched the sword, something flared in his body. Strength. Freshness. It was renewal. New abilities. Now he could cure common viruses. And that's what helped save Mia. The sword pulsed with energy similar to Emily's. It had yet to be explored. And the star Betelgeuse is a mystery, a potential danger. Sirius was stunned. How did it happen that the virus lost its star? Betelgeuse was the only one who knew where Aster was. Sirius hoped that his sister Procyon was already in action. She was supposed to find Lily's missing brother. Robert was sure that Betelgeuse had a reason to become a star. It was necessary to keep his distance. Meanwhile, the viruses were approaching the capital, the last refuge of people, the perfect place for a true leader of the scoundrels to emerge. But the city was protected by a dome. The virus smiled mockingly. One blow and everything would disappear. That's what he thought. But the clones warned, do not touch the firewall. The city is protected by a powerful force. That is why it still holds. The attack began, a powerful wave. But the city remained unharmed. No crack. The clones panicked. They wanted to retreat. And then she appeared. Procyon unfolded her power, and evil spirits were carried away from her path like dust. The worm's wound throbbed like a living tumor that was about to burst. But he had lost the ability to multiply, so his offspring no longer had the usual advantage in numbers. The clones were removed one by one. The army of black evil was melting away with each passing minute. This was the perfect chance. And Robert knew it. He had to strike while the enemy was weakened. But Worm didn't sit idle. He started developing a new plan. A plan to counter the moderator. After recent events, viruses have temporarily retreated. It was the calm before the storm. At this time, the main worm unexpectedly appeared at Regina's shelter. He has a whole retinue of supporters with him. Powerful, ruthless, with superhuman endurance. The worm, as always, behaved arrogantly. He bragged about his achievements during the 3 years of war. The scoundrels dreamed of taking his place. The strength of the viruses was constantly growing. They were preparing to break through the dome, the capital, the last protected place. Procyon could not withstand the pressure. She urgently needed the help of a moderator. Viruses can launch a full-scale invasion, so you always need to be one step ahead. And the sky was already lit up with a bloody glow. It was Robert's team approaching. Sirius had given him the exact coordinates, where his sister should be. And here they were, approaching the capital. Unlike the other destroyed settlements, this town held on. There were no bastards here. Not yet. Procyon couldn't believe her eyes. Robert was alive. Moreover, he was stronger than ever. Lily and Sirius rushed into her arms. They thought Procyon had been removed. That's what Aster said. But Robert restored it. There was a noise here. The operators were preparing for battle. They felt something supernatural, powerful. Procyon blamed herself. She couldn't save Aster. It gnawed at her from the inside. The former operators were confused. The one who became the new moderator had previously been marked as a bug. This caused fear and doubt. Lily turned to Procyon with the main question. Where is Aster? But she didn't know. After Beetlejuice took him away, the connection was lost. And then Robert received the star Betelgeuse. Procyon froze. There was surprise and alarm in her eyes. She knew. This star was more than just an artifact. It was the key. Robert stood confidently and calmly, but his eyes were blazing with determination. His words about the skill restoration sounded like hope, a power that brings back life even in the darkest moment. The former operators listened to him in silence. The memory of Selena was still too sharp. They were bored, reproaching themselves for their impotence, and so this news awakened hope in them. Sirius tried the dragon's eye, but instead of a clear path, he saw only fragments of the past, fragments of pain and light. Aster was alive, but lost somewhere among the destroyed sectors, in the very heart of forgotten space. Robert was talking about viruses. They didn't disappear. They became stronger, smarter, more dangerous, and there was less time. The former operators were skeptical. To them, Robert was nothing more than an outsider. Their loyalty was to Aster, and it was this past that held them captive. But the truth was simple. Without unification, all efforts would be in vain. Doubt gave way to determination. One by one, they agreed. They were united by one goal, saving the civilians. And if the new moderator had power, they went with him. They were ready to accept Robert's power and move forward. The capital was waiting. Miss Procyon came there with Robert's team. People greeted her with respect, as a shield protecting them from the darkness. She was a shield for civilians, and protected them from viruses and other monsters. The city was named in her honor, a symbol of gratitude and faith. Sirius felt an inner unrest. His form, a child's shell, humiliated the pride of the ancient dragon. He sought change. Meanwhile, Robert went to the Players' Guild. Those who had the greatest power gathered there, and they were the ones who needed the updated firewalls. Procyon warned, players were unpredictable. They cared neither for titles nor past achievements. 5 guilds, 5 powerful forces capable of turning the tide of war. Procyon stepped before them with a slight tremor in her voice. Her shyness was genuine, but she was respected. She introduced Robert, the new moderator. The players did not applaud. Their gazes were sharp as blades. They needed proof. One of them stepped forward. The challenge was accepted. Tension hung in the air. Robert wanted to see what he could do. The opponent's first attack was swift and sharp, like a thunderclap. Robert reacted instantly, his movements precise as a sharpened blade. He easily deflected the blow as if it was a simple warm-up. The opponent was furious. His attacks, one after another, failed to reach their target. They crashed against Robert's defenses like waves against a rock. The battlefield was burning red. Robert responded with powerful thrusts that left traces of light and power behind them. His aura shimmered with fiery colors. It felt like a power equal only to Procyon. But the battle is not over. But Robert did not flinch. His response was instantaneous. A flash of pure light burst forth, swallowing the darkness, destroying the old mountain that once rose above the village. The power of the new era had shown itself. Rancor stood destroyed, morally and physically. He admitted defeat. The doubts were dispelled. Robert proved that he was worthy of the title of moderator, and no one else could object to this. In the chaos that followed the fight, Ventus tried to disappear unnoticed, but his path was blocked by Lily. This was the meeting he had been dreading. Her gaze left no room for escape. He had avoided her for years, ignored her calls, forgotten the past. But she remembered. She helped him when he was new to the Griffin Guild. It was thanks to her that he grew strong. She offered him a position among the operators. He refused. The offer still stood. Now the city needed everyone who could take a punch, even those who had once fled. Robert spoke up in front of everyone. His voice was calm but firm. He was reminding them of the main thing. Viruses have not disappeared. They have become scarier, smarter, more cruel. The city's defense needed new forces, new operators, new shields, new determination. His body burst into flames, powerful and sudden. It was a sign. The worm was coming. There was no time left. Robert completed the main task. The firewall was updated. But even the best defense is only a delay. When the residents heard the scale of the threat, the city seemed to freeze. Panic mixed with silence. A column of freaks was approaching the capital. There were many of them, too many. The barrier held, but it was only a matter of time. The army was led by the Lord of Worms himself. His orders were simple. Destroy the village to the ground. The Procyon barrier could not withstand the invasion. It was not destroyed. It was erased. Instantly, without a chance to resist. With a sigh of despair, a shadow loomed over the capital. Viruses, burning with hatred, began a counterattack. Humanity was one step away from destruction. However, the bastards did not know who they were dealing with. And then, in the darkness, the light flared again. Robert, like an angry element, dissolved in the burning radiance and activated a technique that left no chance. Irreversible deletion. One command, and 1,000 creatures dissolved into the void. They were gone. Not a trace. It was a power that changed the very nature of the battlefield. They were confused. They didn't believe what they saw. They thought it was a trap or an illusion. But it was true. Robert stood in the center of the reborn barrier. Fire, code, power. Everything in him was calibrated to the last bite. The fact that the scoundrels came here was only a signature under their own sentence. There is focus and determination in his eyes. No compassion, only a mission. To erase evil from this world. Robert smiled. It was not joy. It was the smile of a warrior who knows that the enemy has come himself. The worm appeared unexpectedly. The space warped. The aura of good and evil intertwined into a terrible symphony. The air became heavy, as before a storm. But Robert didn't back down. He not only endured, he dominated. He became stronger, smarter. His attacks were not only powerful, but strategic. Each technique is a blow to the essence of the hostile structure. Each movement is a cleansing from filth. But the real goal was not this crowd. He wanted to get to the source, to Cherv itself. But there was no enemy. He did not appear. Then Robert realized the main blow was not aimed here. The worm moved towards Erzga. The village was under threat. Robert decided that separation was necessary. She led the defense. Her team became a shield for humanity's last hope, to destroy evil. Meanwhile, Erzga was engulfed in flames. The city was already dripping with digital blood. The creatures had slaughtered everyone indiscriminately. Theo held the line. His firewall still held. But cracks were already appearing. Robert flew in like lightning in a storm. But he saw that he was too late. There were many victims. The virus was raging. Its power grew like a famine. It wanted to destroy not only the city, but the very memory of it. Protecting Erzga became the top priority. Here and now. It was no longer just a fight. It was a matter of survival. A girl came to the village, whom the children had been waiting for like the sun after a storm. Her face glowed with happiness, her eyes sparkled with warmth. It was Violetta, a friend who had once shared laughter and dreams with them. Henry and Helen greeted her with joy, sincerity, without fear. The embrace was warm, like the spring wind, bringing the scent of new life. They immediately invited her to enter the village. There were so many people here that she had to see. So many kind hearts waiting to be met. Violetta hesitated. This place had always seemed unattainable to her. She was afraid of it. Not because there was anything bad here, but because she felt different. However, today she made up her mind. Something in her trembled as she crossed the barrier. For there was a viral gut smoldering in her essence, though her heart remained kind. It was truly good inside. Peace and light. She absorbed the beauty like a thirsty soul for a sip of hope. Henry and Helen enthusiastically took her around the village, showed her every corner, introduced her to people, as if they were their family. Violetta felt happy, but the calm didn't last long. Theo suddenly stopped. He felt something. His gaze fell on Violetta, no longer affectionately, but with icy suspicion. How had she managed to pass the barrier? There was only one answer. He is a virus, and not a simple one. Scary. Poisonous. Someone who should not be allowed anywhere near. She only wanted to play, just to be with those she cared about. But there was a threat hidden in her nature that could destroy everyone around her. The new reality disappointed her to tears. The friends who were everything turned away. Their worlds could not be friends. Too different. Too hostile. Violetta, without saying a word, turned around and left. But Theo didn't let her just disappear. The virus can't just go away. That's the rule. He rushed after them, preparing for battle. But she disappeared. Lightning fast, like a shadow. She was gone. The children were left with broken hearts. They remembered her tears, her voice, her eyes. They believed her. And now they couldn't understand. Was she really evil? They wanted to apologize. They wanted to say that they still believed in her. And the sky above the village was already burning with a bloody threat. The viruses were coming like a storm, and among them stood the worm, the dark crown of the unclean. Theo couldn't believe his eyes. There were too many of them. An endless column of darkness thrust into the village. Was Violetta really just a spy? She gained trust, opened the way, became the weak link. The viruses used the anti-rollback command. The connection with Robert was cut off instantly. Now they were left alone. And somewhere far away, among the cold air and burnt hopes, Violetta asked herself the same question again. Why was she born a virus? This role did not suit her. She did not want to be evil. But the universe decided otherwise. She approached the village again. Hope still glimmered in her heart. Maybe she would see Henry and Helen. But all she found was a village, shackled in the cruel tentacles of the worm. The horror that came from the depths of evil erased everything. And in her eyes there was only one thing. Were they alive? Her friends? Her only hope. Panic spread like poisonous smoke. People rushed for cover, huddled together, prayed, cried, ran. Horror in every look, despair in every step. The number of viruses grew every second. They cloned, multiplied, filled the space like a black wave, swallowing everything in its path. And everything became obvious. Help was needed immediately. But deep in the lair of the worm, a question was brewing. Why was no one fighting back yet? Where were the defenders? Where were the operators? But it was a trap. Robert had calculated everything long ago. And although the enemy felt victorious, in reality, he was approaching his own death. But the viruses broke through the protective barrier. Now people were trapped, locked in a cage with a predator. And in this cage, real hell began. Fire was burning everywhere. Houses were burning. The earth was shaking. Erdska was suffocating in the fire of revenge. But help was not slow in coming. Mia, along with a team of experienced operators, broke through the horizon like a lightning bolt of hope. And the real carnage began. There was no room for compassion. Someone had to die. And it had to be the viruses. The operators fought with unbridled fury. Their attacks were precise, cold, deadly. They had come to destroy evil, to the last fragment of its essence. Theo threw all his strength into restoring the barrier. The protection had to be activated again. But the worm appeared on his way. It was not to his advantage. He needed the village to be completely vulnerable. Theo's eyes flashed with anger. In Cherv's hands was Robert's weapon, and it burned his soul. The worm attacked. He no longer expected it. His blows were like explosions. Each attack could wipe out entire areas. Theo held on, but every defense was becoming more and more difficult. His strength was melting like ice in a fire. If this continued for a few more minutes, he would die. The children were screaming. Their voices were desperate. They were begging for help, not understanding why no one was coming. And then she appeared. Through chaos and flame, like a shadow of hope, Violetta flew in. She stood before the worm, not aggressively, but with determination. She begged him to stop. This city was no longer just a gathering place. It was her new home, her heart. But the worm saw the inhabitants as trash, something lower than dust. He came to burn them, to erase them, to cleanse the space of their existence. But Violetta didn't agree. She was no longer silent. She rushed into battle. For the children. For her only friends. She was relentless. Her attacks penetrated defenses. Cherv's commands no longer worked. She knew how to get around them. But Cherva had something more. In his hands was Robert's sword, a weapon that could pierce the strongest barriers. Its blows extinguished even the light in the eyes. Violetta's attacks were becoming futile, blow after blow, and no effect. And then someone stood up for her. Her friend, just as rejected, just as strong. His heart beat for her. He parried one of Cherv's blows and paid the price. His body fell, crippled, but indestructible. For Cherv, these two were a rolling pin from the very beginning. Their strength was frightening. Their will was irritating. Their existence threatened his evil empire. So he decided. It was time to destroy them. Forever. But darkness never lasts long. He appeared on the horizon. The moderator was already here. Relief washed over everyone. Help at last. Broken hearts were filled with hope again. The forces were on the edge. The defenders were holding on by their last breath. But now the battlefield began to shine. Robert appeared. With his arrival, everything around changed. The earth trembled, the air compressed in the chest. The space was filled with heat, not from the fire, but from the power that accompanied it. The viruses, confident of their superiority just a moment ago, were tired from the shock. Their attack died out in silence, broken by the flash of a powerful blow. Robert didn't expect it. He immediately activated the destruction, irrevocable, final. The black bodies of the viruses crumbled, disappearing without a trace. Their existence was erased from reality, as if it had never existed. The battlefield began to clear. The darkness lost its density. Light broke through the dust and ruins. In the very heart of chaos he burned, with rage, with contempt, with unbreakable determination. The viruses continued to attack. They knew that the moderator was not eternal. If it fell, the barrier would fall, and the village would be left defenseless. Robert did not stop. His attacks became more and more ferocious. They tore space, broke time. His will became a weapon. The viruses fought to the last. They knew that their master had not yet entered the battle. They were only preparing the ground for him. Robert's gaze met the gaze of the strongest of them all, their energies colliding before their bodies even met. A merciless purge began. One by one, the so-called fell. Everything seemed simple when Mia entered the fight nearby. Robert had already cut through to the very core. The enemy's lair was in a state of alarm for a moment. The worm had not expected such a development. Doubts poisoned him. Why had Robert been chosen? Why not him? Didn't the future belong to him? His faith remained unshakable. The world must belong to only one being, Trojan. And if she was unavailable, he would become her messenger. The worm stepped forward, and the entire battlefield shook. They came together. The arena was filled with thunderous explosions. The aura of one competed with the aura of another. Good and darkness intertwined in a deadly dance. The explosions came one after another. One blow met another. Robert attempted to use the power of destruction, but the core of the heart was protected. The fight became more intense. Each new exchange of blows made the ground groan. Worm of the mad. Madness blazed in his eyes. He was sure that with the sword Trojan he would be invincible. But before him stood someone who did not obey this scenario. Robert did not provide. On the contrary, the closer to death, the stronger he became. The worm aimed at him again, its gaze like poisoned fire. The battle continued. The world held its breath. After all, there could only be one winner. Violetta sat in silence, clinging tightly to her friend. His breathing was shallow, and his eyes were clouded. The wound looked serious, and it gave her no peace. Her heart was constricted with guilt. Because of her, he was in danger. She knew he was in pain, but he was silent. And this silence seemed worse to her than any screams. Suddenly, the children ran up to them. Henry and Helen were full of joy. They saw Violetta alive. Their eyes shone with a warmth that she had not felt for a long time. They became family to her, a part of her heart, which had previously seemed empty. A smile blossomed on her lips, sincere, warm, although with a hint of sadness. But there was no time for long embraces. The space behind her began to tremble. A portal opened. The call of another world, another mission. She had to leave. And when the first particles of her body disappeared in the radiance, the children looked for a long time at where her figure had just been. Meanwhile, the battle continued in the village of Erzga. The operators held the line with incredible determination. And despite the pressure, the situation gradually leveled out. The viruses began to retreat. It was clear that they had lost the advantage. Particularly alarming was the one aimed at Sierra, a young but powerful member of the squad. She had to be careful. The enemies acted insidiously, always looking for vulnerable spots. Sirius coordinated the team, giving instructions and controlling the situation. His presence was like a reliable wall, calm, strong, unwavering. But chaos still raged around them. Viruses were cloning at breakneck speed, and it seemed like they wouldn't stop until every operator's blood was spilled. However, no one was going to retreat. The defenders knew that this battle could not end in defeat. Lily had it the hardest. She found herself in the epicenter of the assault. Dozens of so-called viruses surrounded her. There were no comrades nearby. She stood alone, face to face with the evil spirits. They thought they could easily deal with her, hoping for her weakness. But they didn't know one thing. Lily wasn't just an operator. She was an antivirus, a symbol of destruction of everything that was corrupted. Her figure remained calm, even as the space around her exploded. Blow after blow flew at her, but each attack from her opponents only provoked an even more powerful retaliation. The viruses laughed at first, but they tasted Lily's failure on the tip of their tongues. All evil spirits that entered into battle with her were always removed. The virus's strategy was simple. Don't give her the opportunity to counterattack. But it was no use. They underestimated her. With each new strike, Lily demonstrated new, even powers, tearing apart clones, erasing entire waves of aggressors with a single swing. The bastards clung with their teeth to win, but in vain. They were too weak against her. Her power grew with every breath. While the battle around Lily raged like a storm, Procyon was rapidly approaching. Her heart was squeezed with anxiety. She was afraid of being late. But seeing how Lily held herself, how she won, the anxiety dissolved into pride. At that moment, a powerful virus broke through the ranks. It rushed straight at the girls, trying to break them. It had only one desire: to absorb their bodies, to erase their presence. To achieve his goal, he used all the most dangerous techniques. The space shook from his attacks. But suddenly, a blue dome appeared in the air. Energy, pure and strong, cut through the battlefield. A familiar figure emerged from it. Esther, alive, undamaged, stable as a steel pillar in the eye of a storm. Robert did not retreat. The fight with the worm continued, heating the air to the limit. The attacks followed one another like explosions of a storm, where each subsequent wave was stronger than the previous one. The force on the battlefield was astounding. The clash of energies left scars in space itself. Robert's weapon creaked under the pressure of the worm. Her blade, unable to withstand the strain, gradually lost its shape, forcing him to act strategically. He activated the first of the reserve commands, the core, a recovery and support system prepared for emergencies. The worm perceived this as a waste of time, but Robert knew that every step had a price. And now it was not about a quick victory. It was about control. The battlefield turned into a buzzing hive, in which instead of bees, fiery charges, energy explosions, and lightning-fast shots from dozens of types of weapons swirled. Robert knew his arsenal was inferior to the weapon the worm held in its hands. It was Emily's weapon. This fact hurt the most. His sister, a symbol of hope, strength, and wisdom, now stood silently behind the enemy, like a humiliated past. A forgotten image emerged from the depths of his memory. He had been a child when Emily had handed him a hammer. Ordinary in appearance, but with a special shine in the heart of the metal. At that time he did not understand that gift, did not know how she received it, and what was hidden in it. But later she said, "One day this hammer will open the way when all doors seem closed." He is the moderator, the only one who can change the rules. Emily knew it would be like this from the start. A plan had matured within him. From the depths of the system core, an update began to form. Under the onslaught of energy, the fire on the battlefield changed colors, from hot orange to blinding red. A new sword appeared in the flames, a symbol of the completed process. The upgrade was complete. The weapon he now held was superior to the old one. It wasn't just powerful, it matched his nature, his spirit, his resolve to destroy evil to the last bite. The worm took this with disdain. For him, no power could compare to Trojan. He believed that this poisonous system was invincible, that the world should belong to it, and the moderator should disappear forever. His gaze burned with death. But Robert changed. Pain, loss, responsibility. All this hardened his will. The new sword responded to emotions, revealing new sides of itself. The energy of revenge pulsed within it. Trojan was no longer the center. Robert now determined the balance. He stood tall. His determination was unbreakable. His goal was total purification. The end has come for the worm. It was the last dance, the dance of death. Robert will leave no trace of evil in his path. He is the finale of an old era. Robert's mighty power cleared the battlefield. The scum that had once threatened all life was destroyed. The villages, long fearful, finally breathed a sigh of relief. People rejoiced at the victory that seemed unattainable. The operators, exhausted but indestructible, carried out their mission with honor. The battle that devastated souls and lands was over, but not without casualties. Emily's weapon, which was the heart of the resistance, was shattered to its foundations. Robert held the fragments in his hands, but he did not regret it. The power she had given him remained in him, and therefore he became stronger. But his true goal was neither victory nor destruction. He strove for one thing, to find his sister. The worm turned out to be weaker than expected. His shadow seemed more threatening than she herself. But even after defeat, the evil did not disappear completely. In Robert's hands was the core, pulsating, sinister, still full of poisonous energy. The realization was quick and clear. The worm's ability to duplicate meant that some of the viruses could survive. Robert immediately began analyzing the core, looking for answers, plans, weaknesses, flaws, anything that would help destroy the remaining threat. When the analysis was complete, the data updated the system. The errors were corrected. The viruses no longer had a way to penetrate. Then a portal opened. Robert walked towards Lily. They finally met. The eyes of the two who had seen too much pain now shone with relief. Aster was nearby, alive, unharmed, and with important information that was waiting for its time. The truth always has another side. The worm did not die. Mutated, changed, and more evil than ever. He survived. His powers returned, but with them a new thirst for power and revenge. The previous caution disappeared. Now he had one goal, to destroy the moderator. His anger was mixed with disappointment, but suddenly another virus appeared before him. The worm was exposed. His position was at risk. To save himself, he took an extreme measure. He became a variant of another virus. But even having changed the shell, he remained himself. Violetta stopped him. She wanted to know the true intentions of the creature that the world considered an enemy. The worm was striving for one thing: moderation, absolute power. He was humiliated, put in an awkward position, and his only reaction was to run away. The world had long seen him as evil. He had nothing left to prove. In his warped mind, it was simple. This world had been his from the start, and he had to take it back. To do that, he needed Trojan. Trojan is the first moderator, the first driving force. Her appearance was as menacing as a storm. The name that burst from the mountains stopped even time. A name rang out in the mountain, one that stopped time for a moment: Creeper. the original name of the worm, and he put all the pieces together. This is Trojan, but in a different shell. But she didn't like the worm's plans. He just wanted to use her for his own purposes. That's why she ordered him into battle. Cherva was overcome with rage. Power had slipped out of her hands, and with it, her pride. But what had caused Trojan's discontent? She destroyed his dream. Not with words, but with the fact that his attempt to use her failed. She ignored him, crushed him like an insect. She didn't want to be a tool. She didn't want to be part of his plans. The worm was never useful to her, were the last words he heard. It was destroying him from the inside. It was unpleasant for him, and it was eating away at him. True defeat is not in the body, but in the heart. It crumbled, leaving only a memory of defeat. And then silence fell upon the world again. The time of Trojans had come. She turned Violet's shell over, giving her the body that was only a temporary shelter. Finally, Trojan appeared in her own form. Real, indestructible, ready to create the future. Time began to spin anew. There was joy in Erzka. There were no more viruses. The moderator closely monitored the system's status. No anomalies were detected. The threat level was minimal. The era of restoration has arrived. People tired of fear finally felt peace, the kind they could only dream of before. The operators, led by the moderator, did their job brilliantly. This was just the calm before the new storm. The system gave birth to another type of threat. Monster bugs, fragments of errors that need to be removed. A new quest has been created for cleansing. Now, not only operators, but also ordinary residents had a chance to take part, for the sake of rare resources, experience, and respect. Even newbies received guards after completing missions. Despite the discontent of some users, the overall picture was positive. The world was moving forward. The light that Selena had been yearning for was spreading. Mia never forgot her. The memory of her friend remained in her heart and inspired her to do good deeds. But one shadow still lurked. The Hydra Guild. The cheaters led by Regan. They did not obey the rules. However, the operators were already working on it. And soon, this evil will disappear. Forever. Aster changed everything. He gave up work accounting, became a real antivirus, a warrior of the new world. His determination knew no bounds. He, like others, strove to change everything for the better. Robert, the administrator, did the impossible. He returned the world to its original state. The system stabilized, the energies balanced. The space did not crack under the pressure of errors. Everything was in its place. Mia finally said goodbye to Selena. Her time was up, and she moved on to where the light was still needed. Meanwhile, Robert remained immersed in the system. He did not leave it for a moment. Lily was worried. He needed rest, and although he didn't agree, she came up with a trick. She created the illusion of a threat to get him out for at least a little while. They went outside. The world looked calm, even too calm. However, as soon as Robert appeared, a crowd immediately gathered around him. People were drawn to him as to a source of strength, like bees to honey. But amid the noise and conversation, amid the light of the lanterns and the gentle wind, his gaze rose to the sky. There, in the deep darkness, the stars were blazing. Their light seemed to leave traces, lines of memory, paths of the past. These were Emily's footprints, her legacy, her silence, her eternity. After a long and exhausting search, Robert finally found his sister. He tried all possible ways, commands, portals, old codes, but all were useless. Emily remained somewhere far away, in another dimension, unreachable to the ordinary gaze. In the end, he gave up searching, resigned to the loss. But Lily felt uneasy. Emily's presence had upset the balance again. She tried to understand her true intentions, because not every return brings only good. However, Emily didn't come for help. She came to give something extremely important to Robert. The portal opened. The three of them, Robert, Lily, and Emily, stepped beyond the known. They were transported to a place that was sacred to Robert. It was here that he first touched the power of the administrator. This point was the beginning of all beginnings. A sphere hung before him, bright yellow, like a pulsating heart that held the foundation of the entire world. It was an operating system, alive, thinking, controlled only by the one who created it. But something was wrong. Alarms were sounding inside the system. Her voice, cold and precise, was reporting the disruption. The system was no longer secure. It demanded the removal of the intruder. The alarm sounded louder, and the code was breaking. There was a sudden change of administrator. New name, Trojan. Shock pierced Robert. Before he could comprehend anything, control slipped from his hands. The information Emily had to convey was so powerful that Robert could not accept it in his usual accounting. The transformation was inevitable. The system perceived it as a danger. The protective protocol began to activate. Hundreds of energy swords rushed towards him. The air filled with a roar. The system itself attacked its creator. Lily did not hesitate to rush to help. She devotedly defended Robert, even knowing that her efforts were useless. After all, the operator had no right to interfere in the systemic struggle. She could only watch. The system didn't hear Robert's commands. Everything was getting out of control. He threw in his last resource, the chain command, to return the operating system to its original state. This required superhuman efforts. The system resisted, slipped away, changed layers of shells. But in the end, he caught her. The stream of attacks stopped. It was as if space held its breath. The sphere descended lower. Its shell changed. A new light shone from within. The operating system finally showed its true accounting.